You may wish to be finding your seats, people. Okay, we'll sort that out. I'll make it 2 minutes. 2 minutes, people. We are now streaming over the internet. We are waiting for the tick of 2 o'clock, which is about a minute and a half away, or less, depending on which clock you're looking at. And if I can hear your phone talking to you, it's too loud. Especially here in Auckland. We're going to Daniel first. We're going to Daniel first. Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to conference wherever you might be, in the room, on the internet, or up in Auckland. My name's Jonathan Godfrey. I'm your national president, of course, and mine is one of the voices you have to listen to most over the next 3 days. We will do a roll call, but before that, I would like to invite Daniel Phillips to offer us a karakia, please.
Kia ora tātou e te whānau kāpō. Ki mihi tūna i tēnei kia koutou e ko tai mai nei tātou i roto i tēnei whara i tēnei. E mihi tūna hoki kia tātou kia rātou ko hoki ki te kāinga. I meinga mai mō tātou te tangata. Haere, haere, haere ngā tūpuna. Ngā tamariki ngā mokopuna. Haere, haere, haere. Ino ai tātou. E pā homoi kia mātou te mana i tēnei rā i tēnei wiki. Moi kia mātou te kaha ki te haka haere ngā atake pāna ki te hunga kāpō, ki te iwi kāpō. Arahongia mai hoki o mātou whānau atia keihia, keihia, keihia. Tēnei e pātai e mātou e pā kia koe i runga i te ingo tō tama i Ukraiti. Amen.
Thank you, Daniel. Would you like to introduce yourself, please, Daniel? And we'll start the roll call.
I'm Daniel Phillips from Rota Vegas.
I'm Harati Phillips.
I'm Sean Johnson, a board member and Feedback Line Coordinator National and Wellington Branch Committee member.
Alan Jones, Focus Editor.
Good afternoon, Andrea Courtney, board member and member of Southland Branch.
Kia ora, Carolyn Weston from Southland Branch, representing the Blind Foundation Board of Directors.
I'm an observer.
Can you start again, please? We didn't hear your name.
I'm Trish Clark from Dunedin. I'm here as an observer.
And it's your first time at conference, Trish?
I'm a member.
You are a member.
Sorry.
You are a member, and it's your first time at conference, yes?
Yes, it is my first
Welcome.
time at conference.
Hi, I'm Raylene Smith, and I am the newly appointed, I believe I'm the network coordinator for Otago.
Hi, I'm RJ Greer, a member from Tauranga, and it's my first time to conference.
Welcome, RJ.
I'm Jenny Gelandi. I'm the chair of the Hastings branch in Hawke's Bay.
Geraldine Glanville, a board member from Auckland. I'm Pam Marsh, and I'm a committee member for Waimeti South Canterbury. It's my first time to conference.
Welcome, Pam.
I'm Janice Mertens, and I'm Secretary Treasurer for South Canterbury, and apologies from Donald Hunt, who is not well enough to be with us this weekend.
Gary Tanswell, Area Coordinator for the network in Taranaki.
June Irene, Community Committee member. Capity. No, Wellington.
A few of you are going to have to speak up. You have to get that microphone
she's
right in your face.
very quiet.
Yeah, that'll change.
She's on the committee. I'll just have to give a few more wines, you'll be right. It's Bev McCulloch. I'm the chairperson now. Whoopee.
Kia ora, Vic West, National Council Southland Branch.
Kevin Fisher, support person for Vic.
George Taggart, an ordinary member.
Not so ordinary.
Anya Kelly Costello from Auckland. Renee Petiti, observer from Wellington. This is my second conference. Last time I was here was the 2008 conference in Dunedin.
Kia ora everyone, Murray Pete, Blind Citizens New Zealand board member from Auckland.
Good afternoon everybody, Vaughan Dodd from Auckland. Hi team.
Hello, I'm Lena Coleman from Auckland, Auckland Branch Committee member, newly appointed to BANZAT, and first time member at conference.
Hello, I'm Wendy Chung from Auckland. I'm also the Blends Rep. Thank you.
Kia ora, Amanda Stevens from Nelson Branch, and I'm also here representing Deaf Blind Association New Zealand.
North from Nelson, ex-committee member.
Kia ora, Chrissy Fern from Nelson. I'm the National Councillor for Nelson Branch.
Hello, Mike Stevens, chairperson for the Nelson Branch.
Hello everyone, it's Anna Smart. I'm
Wellington Branch Committee member.
That's Carl Halliburton, National Councillor Wellington.
Jane Mahaffey, I'm from the Wellington Branch. Anne Bain, Wellington Branch Committee.
Kia ora and greetings, Thomas Bryan, and I'm from the city with the magic bus.
So does it turn up?
Good afternoon, Maria Stevens from Auckland, and I'm missing your Auckland counterparts up there.
Hello, my name's Kerry Gorman. I'm the National Councillor for Wanganui.
Good afternoon. My name's Kevin Gorman and I'm here in support for Kerry.
Hello, Diane Windsor from Wellington. Hello, Carolyn Peat, National Councillor from Auckland. Paula Waby, Blind Citizens Board member, and I'm from Dunedin.
Kia ora. David Allen from Dunedin, Otago Network member.
Hey everyone, I'm Lulu Harrison Talbot, and this is my first time at conference.
Welcome, Lily.
Good afternoon all, I'm Kylie Maloney and I've just blown in from Palmerston North.
Kia ora, Paul Brown, Auckland. Hi, Auckland.
Hi everybody, Martina Williamson, Vice President and from Auckland.
Okay. We'll go up to Auckland now, and I hope you're ready to pass the microphone around in Auckland. This is, of course, the first time we've tried this. They are on the line. Go ahead, Auckland.
Good afternoon, all. It's Clive Lansing from Auckland.
Mary Schnackenberg from Auckland, and hi to all the Wellington people. We clapped all the first timers and said a special hello to all our Aucklanders down there. Keep the flag flying.
Kia ora, whakalofa. Greetings everyone, Ngā toa halatau from tropical Auckland.
Greetings everyone, Alan Webster from Auckland.
Greetings from Auckland, this is Catherine where the sun shines, well Auckland's where the sun shines, should I say, and where the best prizes are.
Hi everyone, it's Sina here from Auckland. Hi Aucklanders down there.
Hello everyone, Bev Duncan, Auckland.
Hi everyone, this is Shirley from Auckland. Just had the best lunch ever.
Hi, Sue Harris here.
Kia ora. Hi everybody, John Puhara, Auckland.
Tēnā koutou, it's Te Wai Halatau, and hi to all the Wellingtonians and friends from around the country, and missing my couch buddies here.
It's an Auckland joke.
That's it from Auckland. Thank you.
Thank you, Auckland. There's one arrival. Two, sorry.
Brian Say from Nelson.
Mike Runners. There's one more at the back.
John Williams, Rotorua.
Do you want to introduce yourselves, Mike Runners?
Keith Palmer from Wellington, representing janitors ORSEC.
Hannah from Wellington, from National Office.
Putti from Wellington National Office.
Hello everyone, it's Rose here from Wellington.
And we're back to me. So that's all of us. We also know of at least one other person who's listening online through Zoom. But he isn't with us yet to introduce himself. I'm sure he'll say his name later. Right, apologies. I think we had Donald Hunt, Janet Palmer. Did I miss someone else? Owen Palamountain. Any others?
Yeah, we also have Sandra Budd and Rick Hoskin.
Any other apologies? In Auckland, any apologies? None. So, someone like to move to receive all the apologies? Murray Pete, seconded. Bev, all those in favour? Lovely. We have just taken sort of a vote, although it's a little operational and there's never usually anyone who wants to oppose. But we do have to work out how we are going to acknowledge the fact that I can't hear the Aucklanders vote. We have always done a vote by voice until it is contentious. And so we know that if the Aucklanders feel that their votes en masse are contradictory to the decision or the call that I make here, they do have an opportunity to say, we want to count, please, in exactly the same way that anyone who were in this room would be able to do for themselves. So, we next move to obituaries. We will take a moment to stand and remember friends and members who have passed. But before we do take that moment, is there anyone wishing to name anybody and remember anyone in particular? Auckland, we're getting e-speak coming through the microphone. We'll go to Sean Johnson first, and then Maria.
A very dear friend of mine who I went through school with, Maureen Rowie, who her maiden name was Eddie, did a lot for Braille and especially for Braille music. A very, very fine person. It's very, very sad that she's no longer with us, and very, very recently happened.
Maria?
It's fine, Jonathan. That's who I was going to remember as well.
Okay. Do you want to add any words, Maria?
I've also would like to mention someone, Ed Anderson. He passed away. His funeral was yesterday. He's been a member for years and years of the ABC. He's also an indoor bowler, so I just would like to give him praise.
Vaughan and then Alan Jones.
Also recognise Merv Smith as a long-time friend of blind people through radio and talking book narration. Auckland branch presented Merv with the Extra Touch Award at last year's Christmas function. And I think for many of us, it was the last chance that we had to see him before he took ill not too long ago, and National Councillor. And happened to make a contribution to the Marcus Lush broadcast, in which Merv Smith was remembered.
Alan?
Yes, I'd like to make a mention of George Fiske. I think John Puhara is the only other person in this group who would have gone up to Waipu to play hockey 60 years ago. And George was a great character and someone that we'll miss not being around.
Oh, kia ora everybody, it's John Puhara speaking from Auckland. You're quite right, Alan. I was met up with George Fiske way back in 1965 playing blind hockey. But my person I'd like to put forward, recommend, and the passing of Frank Taylor. Now, Frank Taylor was one of those guys that put blind sport on the map here in this country. He got Blind Sport New Zealand going. He got the NZBC going, that's the New Zealand Blind Cricket Association, and one or two other blind sports that people play here today in this country. So God bless you, Frank, for all the hard work that you did while you were with us. Kia ora.
Are there any more in Auckland?
No.
No. Okay, I'd like to invite everyone to stand and remember our friends and comrades. Thank you, everybody. Starting to question putting item 5 straight after the item 4. Item 5 is me, and I'm supposed to change from thinking about item 4. Blind Citizens New Zealand exists to give voice to the aspirations and lived experiences of blind, deafblind, and vision impaired New Zealanders. And there's 3 key phrases in there that matter to me quite a lot. The first is give voice. And for me, that's not just about informing or advocating, but it's those things. Actually, to give voice to blind people, we also have to make time, we have to make space, we have to make a place to come together and share ideas. And conference is the ultimate of the meetings that we have. It's the peak of our organisations coming together, sharing ideas, opportunities. So here we are, and here's some of my ideas. For me, aspirations are all about the future. So that's my second key thing. And lived experience being the third of my key things in our purpose statement. Lived experiences are our past, our current, and if we don't get change, it'll also be our future. And as soon as I say that, surely we say, but who or what needs to change? And I'm pretty confident that most people would start to form a list, and I can do that too. We want service providers to change the way they treat us. We want government to change quite a lot. We want local councils to change the urban environment, and we want transport providers to make change so that we can get out and about. And we could go on. What I suggest, though, is that change is not all about them, though. Change is also about us. I suspect that there are many people who come to conference whose aspirations are very different from their lived experiences. And I suggest that the natural way of that is that your aspirations exceed your lived experiences. For some of us, the difference might be quite large between our aspirations and our lived experience, and for others, it might be quite small. And that's okay. I think we should be very cautious when we start to criticise anyone else whose aspirations are different to ours, because they want either a lot more from life than we do, or at the other end, they're absolutely content with life as it is. Because every one of us is different, and that's okay. The people who want more for themselves or more for others, they're going to be quite forthright about it. You will hear from those people quite a lot. They won't settle for second best, and eventually they will get change. But perhaps those same people will always be seeking even more change and risk being unfulfilled. That's okay too, but perhaps it's quite stressful. Stress leads to heart attacks lead to death, and that's not okay. Others amongst us will be quite content with what they've got now. There'll be people who are grateful for the services they do receive. They don't want to make a fuss and perhaps even get embarrassed when others in our community do make a fuss. And that's okay too. It's okay because these are the extremes. The people who strive for more and more and more, and the people who are happy, thank you very much. And maybe you feel you fit, or you sit at one end of that spectrum or the other. But more realistically, perhaps like me, you're somewhere in the middle. You're content with some things and utterly frustrated by others, so perhaps where you sit on the scale is a moving feast. I reckon that's okay. But what we need to remember is that what gets your blood pumping is going to be different to mine. And that's okay. We're all different, and that's okay. We can't change the past. Can't change our lived experiences. Might be able to learn from it, we can't change it. We can change the future through the advocacy work we do, whether as individuals or collectively. I believe that it's our aspirations and our lived experiences in combination that define each of us as individuals. But it's the collective aspirations that we have that define us as Blind Citizens New Zealand. And it's those collective aspirations that distinguish us from many other organisations around us. I firmly believe that we should always be questioning our aspirations, both individually and collectively. Now, I said question them, not change them. Questioning involves checking in and reaffirming from time to time. We might actually need to help others within our community develop their aspirations. sometimes quite gently, and sometimes a little bit more forcefully. We certainly need the people who do not know or understand us to question the aspirations that they have for us. We can find ways to help decision makers know why we want something changed, either for us here today or for the generations of blind people coming after us. We need to have faith that if we inform decision makers that our aspirations for us as a community exceed their expectations of us, then they too will be convinced that change is required. Change in their attitudes, changes in the services they deliver. Because if they don't know what we want, we won't get change. Products and services need to change to remain relevant for society as a whole. But we are part of society. And so it's only reasonable to expect that we should be comfortable speaking up when products and services don't meet our needs. We all have a part to play. We all need to be out there informing the people who make decisions of our needs. Because if for any reason a product or service does not meet our needs, it is compromising our ability to live the life we choose. If anyone makes an incorrect assumption about what we can achieve, it is compromising our ability to live the life that we choose. And if anyone out there lowers the expectations that you yourselves have for your lives, then they are compromising your ability to live the life that you choose. I suggest to everyone here that we must be raising expectations. We need to raise the expectations of our government, our service providers, our local communities, complete strangers, our friends and our families. And if we're going to be perfectly honest, perhaps we need to be thinking about raising the expectations that we have for ourselves. Thank you for your attention. I hope that sets my tone for conference. Thank you. Does anyone want to say anything while I put my laptop back together? Right. Yeah, right. So before we move to the appointments, we've got a little note from Auckland. They want to introduce their volunteers. Auckland, please.
Good day, everybody. My name is Josh Nathan. I work up in the Blind Foundation studios and I'm volunteering till 4 o'clock today.
Kia ora, I'm Paul Wells and I'm volunteering this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Okay, so item 6 on our list of things to do is all the appointments. One of the most important jobs at conference, and I have to say one of my favourites over the years, is the Resolutions Committee. The board has asked Vaughan Dodd to convene the Resolutions Committee this year. Vaughan has accepted, and there are 4 other names of people here to help Vaughan with that Resolutions Committee. The recommended people are George Taggart, Kylie Maloney, Chrissy Fern, and Anya Kelly Costello. Would someone like to move that be the appointed Resolutions Committee, please? I've got Thomas and Sean. It would help if some of you used your names, please. All those in favour? Lovely. 6.2, the Returning Officer. Auckland hasn't appealed. Strange that. 6.2 is the Returning Officer. We customarily ask Rose as their Executive Officer to do that for us.
So moved, Daniel.
Daniel, moved. Daniel, seconded. Ina, thank you. All in favour? Lovely. And 6.3 is the scrutineers. Now, Rose, you need to tell us who they are and how we're going to deal with Auckland. Come on, people, we have a plan. It's a good one.
Thank you, Jonathan. And we don't deal with Auckland, we work with Auckland. And we have it well organised. So first of all, in Wellington, the scrutineers, and I asked them lots of things, but they probably are going to be surprised to hear they're scrutineers as well. But they are here offering their support for the whole weekend. So we had Keith Palmer, Janice Mertens, and I will use Poti Rutini as a scrutineer as well over the 3 days. That's here in Wellington. Now in Auckland, I won't name the people because it will change a little bit on a daily basis and it could potentially change session to session. So at the moment, we have Paul Wells, who is on top of what needs to happen if there is a vote by hand. That needs, like a hand vote, and there needs to be a count. And so, but what will happen in Auckland is whoever the scrutineers are will agree their count, and they will convey that to Sophia, the technician in Auckland, who will discreetly communicate that to me. And then when we have the full number, that is the number that will be disclosed. Thank you, Jonathan.
Someone like to move that set of scrutineers and the explanation of how we're going to work with the Aucklanders. Maria, and seconded. Sorry, you're going to have to bellow it back. John Williams, thank you. All in favour? Aye. Lovely. Which means we are up to the formal AGM, the Annual General Meeting elements, where your board reports back to you about how we and National Office have been working with our organisation's resources. We have incorporated in the annual report. Oh, sorry, we need to do the schedule elections. 7.1, sorry, I'm jumping straight over the people because I know the election result. Rose, you better tell everyone else.
Right, it's Rose here, and just reporting back in audio description, Jonathan is laughing his head off here. So this year's scheduled election was for the positions of World Blind Union representative and 3 members at large. Paula Waby was re-elected to the position of WBU representative unopposed. And then for the 3-member at large positions, we have Andrea Courtney and Murray Pete re-elected unopposed, and the board welcomes Vaughan Dodd, who also was elected unopposed. The terms of office conclude at the end of 2020 for all three positions for member at large and for the WVU representative position. In addition to those positions, the board has now run 2 extraordinary elections to fill the member at large vacancy on the board. That position remains vacant. The board made a decision to wait for the outcome of the AGM and conference and the constitutional discussions that are happening this weekend.
Someone like to move that we receive the returning officer's report?
So moved.
I've got Daniel and Diane. I'll take you as seconder if I may. All those in favour? Is there any discussion? Any discussion, Auckland? Take that as a no. Which means we can move to the next item, which is the confirmation of minutes of the last year's AGM and conference all together, of course. They were distributed earlier in the year. Someone like to move? That's Vic West moving. Seconded, please. Carolyn Pete. People in the back half, you're going to need to speak up a little bit louder without a microphone if I'm to hear you. Moved Vic, seconded Carolyn. All in favour? Thank you. Matters arising from the minutes or from AGM Conference 2017, not otherwise addressed in the agenda. This is attachment A. Where we try and catch up with any little thing that people might want to know about. Are there any questions regarding attachment A?
Can we check with Auckland?
Auckland, is there a question? We're going to Auckland.
Mr. Chairman, it was Clive here, and I wanted to raise some comments on some of the items in attachment A.
Please go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, I wondered if the Guide Dog Special Interest Network could be asked to draft the fact sheet on taxi drivers. It seems to me that is that when we've got these things that need to be drafted, it isn't, we should think a little bit more outside the square. It's all work, and we know it's work. But it seems to me that that is something that if the Special Interest Network for Guide Dogs is interested in, it could perhaps work on that and then submit that back to the board. Also to do with the drafting the statement on mobility scooters, again, that's just a drafting exercise. I know that it's a pity that the board can't find the time to do some of these things. And so I just thought if I could prevail on you, Mr. Chairman, I could tell a bit of a story. I remember it was in 1981, I think it was, when I first got onto it was then the Executive Blind Citizens New Zealand. And there were 3 of us actually at that time who got onto that committee, myself, Te Wai and La. We're all still here. And the first thing that they did was they formed us into a subcommittee called Issues and Policies. And we started to meet on our own just so they could see, I think they were giving us young people something to do. And so really the point of my story is that some of us have been drafting this sort of stuff for many years. And if the board needs a hand to get some of that stuff done, then don't hesitate to reach out to the members. And obviously still the board can be in control, but there's opportunities here, I think, to to spread the load. I have a couple of other points, Mr. Chairman, but I thought I'd just stop there just to see if we're on the right track.
I think members in the room or in the meeting who are not part of the Guide Dog Handlers Special Interest Network might not be aware that network has been established and is due to have its annual meeting in a week and a half's time. My initial response on that offer, Clive, would be that the board isn't in a position normally to ask someone else to do something that they haven't volunteered to do themselves. But if I personally would see no problem whatsoever with that network deciding this is something we want to pick up. This is something that we feel is within our network's scope. And one of the jobs that the network actually still has to do for the board is to define for itself what scope the network wants to have. So I actually would invite the network to include consideration of that topic at their meeting. I think it's the 16th of October. And then with respect to mobility scooters, and I dare say there's other topics like the mobility scooters that haven't been picked up because the prioritisation has been to other areas of interest or the things that are the most hot and pressing to deal with, that maybe we do need to find a way as an organisation to embrace the voluntary efforts of people who are not and may never want to be board members.
Or maybe they were and they've still got some energy.
Well, maybe they're, I wasn't going to say has-beens, by the way, but maybe they know exactly what needs to be done and just, I don't see a problem with any individual branch or network putting up its hand and saying, we want to take this off the board's hands if you'll let us and we'll do it for you or with you. I think we need everyone to actually want to do the things that they want progressed, because we can't do everything. That's a clear message that I think the board has sent over the last 12 months. So I'm not going to address mobility scooters in particular, but if someone's passionate, then talk to Rose, please. John Williams, and then Paul Brown. You'll need a microphone, John.
Mr. Chairman, can you still hear me?
Yes, and we're coming back to you, but so can everyone else hear you, Clive. We're going to John, and we'll come back to you, Clive.
No.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just to let you know that on behalf of the Rotorua branch, we have done a lot of work as far as mobility scooters are concerned. We have been given the permission through the police and also the council, and there's a booklet now out, which I have copies for everyone and letters for everyone. And it's a guide to how you use mobility scooters. There is 4 or 5 scenarios in that booklet that people can be charged if they use their mobility scooter out of the situation that's in the booklet. I don't want to try and tell you all about it now, but it's all been passed by Rotorua Council, and what we're getting is Age Concern is right behind us, and a lot of the bigger groups have given us full support, and I will get those documents to Rose. I was hoping to have them to her before this meeting, but as you know, I was late getting here. We've only just got our room and they're still looking for the bag with those documents in. So there is something in the pipeline and it's been passed and accepted by the police and also by Rotorua Council, and I think it will go quite well and go right round the country. Cheers. Thank you.
Paul Brown, you're next. And then we go back to Clive.
Hi, folks. I'd like to pick up number 10, the campaign to activate the optional protocol, because I think Blind Citizens kind of does itself a wee bit of a disservice here, because it mentioned there being guidelines and Blind Citizens not picking it up, and that's right. So the independent monitoring mechanism, of which the DPOs are particularly active in that as Blind Citizens, are involved in, has produced a guide which will be hopefully published by the end of the year. I have seen the first draft from the designer, and I think I'd just like to thank the board of Blind Citizens, who I understand went through this document in 2 drafts. So while it says he decided not to continue with it, certainly in terms of the person in my day job at the Office of the Ombudsman who was holding the pen on this, I'm very grateful for the input of Blind Citizens. And while there may not be a full campaign in the way that was asked for last year, there will either at the end of this year or the very start of next year be an independent monitoring mechanism guide to using the optional protocol in New Zealand. And thank you again to Blind Citizens Board for your comments.
I'm just a bit worried that, Paul, you may have used some terminology that not everyone's familiar with. The Blind Citizens as a disabled persons organisation, disabled people's organisation, is a member of the DPO Coalition. The DPO Coalition is 1/3 of the independent monitoring mechanism, which exists because it is a requirement of the Convention for New Zealand, the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities for New Zealand to have an independent monitoring mechanism. The 2 other parties, as well as the DPO Coalition, are the Office for the Ombudsman and the Human Rights Commission. Paul, you're right. Blind Citizens New Zealand very definitely does have a major role at the DPO Coalition. But actually, we end up having quite a hand in the IMM as well. And, well, I'm not sure if everyone else does. You know, 2 of the people who end up doing a lot on behalf of DPOs at the IMM are sitting at the front of the room. Rose does all the work, and then I get all the glory to go and see the minister. So, Rose, perhaps you want to add something about where we're at with this, shed more light on the protocol.
I don't have anything to add to shed more light on the protocol, because it's now definitely in the hands of Paul and his colleagues at the Office of the Ombudsman. I just would like to thank Paul for his acknowledgement, and to also say that while the board didn't do exactly what the resolution required it to do, as Paul said, we certainly, through Blind Citizens New Zealand, had an impact and actually influenced the guidelines significantly. So thank you, Paul, for that acknowledgement.
We're coming back to you, Clive.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the other point I wanted to raise, remember last year there was a lot of discussion about the library service, and there was quite a bit of discussion also about the need for us to be consulted more and engaged with more with respect to services in general. Now, we know that there is communication at the operational level between Rose and Sandra. So it can be reported that I guess that these things are being actioned. But I just want to say that as both a member of Blind Citizens and also a director of the foundation, in my view, this just isn't working. If we take the library service as one example, when Sandra brought the final business plan to the board for approval earlier this year, it was clear that there was no plan to look at anything specific with respect to the library service. And the board's collective view was that the library service is okay. We're not getting many complaints. So if it ain't broke, then don't fix it. And yet we know that that isn't the case. We can recall the last morning of last year's conference in which real concerns were raised about the library service. So really, I think I can safely say that Blind Citizens is not on the board's radar. And I'm glad that the governance review panel has also picked up on this. Given the contractual relationship between the two organizations and the funding involved, I think it's very important that the Foundation's board is clearly informed about the issues that we in this organization feel are critical. And I urge our board, and I'm talking now about the board of Blind Citizens New Zealand, to really spend quality time looking at the relationship between the two organizations and how that can be improved. And I think the two boards really need to start setting the parameters of that relationship more directly, so that the chief executives at the operational level have a clearer framework in which to work. And right now, I think I'm very disappointed as a Foundation board member that we're not getting on our side, on the Foundation side of the picture, we're not seeing what is coming through in the Blind Citizens organization as a DPO. And I really do think that has to change.
Is there anyone else in Auckland while we've got you there, Clive? I mean, wants to speak to it.
Anyone else from Auckland?
Yes, Bev Duncan. I wanted to go back to Clive's original comments. I do agree with him about the Guide Dog Handlers Interest Group could help write the fact sheet for the taxi drivers and perhaps other service providers in that business. Also, to do with mobility scooters, I actually feel right now that the problem is wider than mobility scooters. Government on footpaths, government has just recently, very recently, decided that electric scooters are going to be allowed to ride on footpaths and roads. They're not allowed to ride on cycleways. And I feel that as they go, in most cases, a lot faster than mobility scooters will at 27 kilometres an hour, we haven't got a hope to get out of their way. And I hope they're going to tell us they're coming somehow. But I'm not impressed at all in government doing that. Thank you.
Anyone else in Auckland? Right. Anyone else in this room? In order, we've got Carolyn, Weston, then Brian, Vaughan. If I haven't named you, keep your hand up so we know you want to speak.
Carolyn Weston here. I'd have to agree with Clive with regards to forging a closer relationship between the Blind Foundation Board of Directors and the Board of Blind Citizens. I think both boards should be meeting more frequently and actually be involved in a more collaborative manner, because working in a collaborative manner can only improve the situation.
Brian, say.
Keith, could you take the mic to Brian, please? Thank you. Hannah, if you go to Vaughan.
Thank you very much. Is that close enough? Okay. Good. Yes, you talked about the library. I've been working with the foundation when I can and when they're able to give me some time on the issue of the way they load books onto the system, we are still getting books, although less at present time, which are truncated. The chapters are stopped before they get to the end of the chapter. It goes to the next chapter. You suddenly find that facts that you want to know about the story you're listening to have disappeared. And I think there's still some work needed as to how to approach this problem. It's obviously could be very large or very small, but the number of books, I usually get about 1 out of every 3 that have some form of problem with them. Now, whether that's because of the sort of books I order or where they come from, I don't know. But I think as it's one service that everybody relies on, I think it should be better than it is.
Brian, have those problems been persisting this year?
Yes, they have.
Thanks, Brian. I know of the problem that Brian raises because he and I discussed it, and actually I had raised the topic of truncated chapters in books some 5 years ago as a library user myself. So some of these problems you might not even know unless you know the book. And it just sounds a bit confusing when a chapter hasn't finished. But you know, when you read Lord of the Rings 20 times, you know when bits are missing. Vaughan, you were next.
I think we need to extend this discussion of library services to the Braille collection. I have personally requested 3 non-fiction titles to be Braille, and they have been, and I request them of key library personnel directly, but they're not being advertised in this funny thing they call bookmarks. And the online cataloguing system seems to be really struggling. So noting that we have a Braille framework being launched tonight, and obviously I haven't seen it and I don't know what it promises, but the Foundation's promotion of a unique Braille collection for New Zealand's Braille readers is non-existent, because the 3 titles that I've had are New Zealand specific. Nobody else will produce them. They can't be bought from anywhere else. And unless I tell people they've got them, they can't choose to read them.
Can I get, if anyone else wants to speak on that specific topic of Braille, how about we leave it until after the Braille strategy document gets an airing tomorrow? That was all our speakers to this point. I'd like to move we receive the report on matters arising. You have to speak louder, I don't catch. Brian, thank you. And seconded? Dave, all those in favour? Thank you. Item 7.4. Any other business matters that people want us to take account of if there is time while we are here today through Sunday? Any other topics that you want us to add to the agenda? There being nothing, we'll move on to the document that is called the annual report, where your board reports. We tried something a little bit new this year. So the first part of attachment B is a report of progress using the strategic plan that was adopted at conference last year as the basis for reporting how we've done. You will see that we managed to fit quite a few things against our stated objectives and goals, but there were also some other bits of information that had to be left into a everything else section at the end. If anyone wish to raise anything that appears in that report, that element of the annual report? No one in the room, and there's no notification coming up on the computer from Auckland. We will move to the next part of attachment B, which is all the financial stuff, including an audit report from Moore Stephens. It's called a performance report. So this is the accounts, if you like, for National Office. Any questions about the accounts and all things accounting? Nothing here, nothing flashing up from Auckland. The Blends representative report. Any questions about that? Vaughan, microphone to Vaughan, please. Yours, Vaughan.
Thank you. Wendy, congratulations. And but there are two questions that I had, and I think they are related. The Blends arrangement is unique as a Board of Trustees structure within the whole Board of Trustees model as part of a review. Has Blends had an opportunity to contribute to that, or is it still to come? And the second question is, in a similar context, special education review. And we know how tough it is for blind and vision impaired youngsters to get a truly inclusive, high quality education. It's a battle for parents and specialist staff and so on. So my question is similar. Has Blends had an opportunity to contribute to that process, or is it still to happen?
Wendy, it's Rosie. Can you pop your hand up and we can get a microphone to you? Just a moment. Keep it up, please, Wendy. Thank you.
Well, could you repeat your first question?
Yeah, we're coming to it.
All right. The observation was that the Blends Board of Trustees is unique within the model of boards of trustees of schools. And we have a review of that model that is being conducted by being led by the Minister of Education. He's called for it. And I just wonder if Blends is making sure that it has an opportunity to contribute to that review.
As far as I'm aware of, it hasn't been raised at the board level yet to feed into that process. As to your second question, Blends at the board level have been engaged with the Education Summit process, but that's all at the moment. Blends itself, through Karen, the principal, has been working quite closely with various members at the Ministry of Education on various aspects to do with the Early Childhood Center. I suppose you can call it a redevelopment, and also aspects of resourcing for the RTVs, the teacher resource vision, specific things, but I don't think, as far as I'm aware of, that we're engaged at a school level with the education review process.
We know on that second topic that the learning support review that is underway is expecting feedback by the end of October. and the DPO Coalition is meeting with, I'm pretty sure we're meeting on the 19th of October with senior Ministry of Education officials. Clive in Auckland.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I want to commend you and Rose on this report, which I think shows Blind Citizens New Zealand is managing to progress a number of important matters on our behalf. And even though there has been some increase in funding, I guess the reality is that our organisation is seriously under-resourced. There are some new initiatives here, such as the recent contact with members, the new media project, and the idea of employing someone to focus on communications, even if it's just for a limited trial period. So that's all good. I just want to come back to the issue of the relationship between Blind Citizens New Zealand and the Blind Foundation. The report says that you've reached a commitment for direct involvement in reviews of services provided by the Blind Foundation. So I take it that that was negotiated late last year in the work plan, and we're nearly at the end of that work plan. So can you tell us what opportunities for engagement regarding key services have occurred so far? And which of those opportunities did we take up? And in particular, is Blind Citizens New Zealand having input into the current work of the redesigning of the guide dog service and also the work currently occurring on the transformation of rehab services?
I'll take it in order, and I hope Rose will kick me when I get it wrong. It was negotiated ultimately in February, March this year, the work plan and the text. The opportunities, if we get an opportunity to talk with Blind Foundation staff, we take it. Opportunities have been, I'll use the phrase, extremely limited. We have an opportunity to meet with the senior staff responsible for guide dogs and the rehab review. We have a commitment to hold that meeting as soon as my diary clears. Rose has just updated my diary.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We do have a commitment to meet with the right people finally. I think it's fair to say that we are not actually satisfied with the time it has taken. We hoped that the commitment that we got because of the contractual arrangements of the work plan and our contract with the foundation, that things would have happened before now. But we have an opportunity and we will take it. We have two opportunities at least, and we will take it.
Mr. Chairman, can you still hear me?
We can now, yes.
Yeah, good. So I'll just briefly add that this is another point just to bear in mind. It may be early days as we move more and more into this idea of co-design, but the impression at board level is that co-design is working well. So if what you're saying is that it's slow and I can't now recall the exact phrase you used, but causing a problem. It's maybe starting to happen, but it's been problematic. Then obviously we have to keep working at it. But I think it's important before too long that signals are sent to the board to say that co-design may be more talk than action at this moment, but at least it's heading in the right direction by the sound of it. but I think Blind Citizens needs to be very clear about the level of involvement that we are seeking to have, and that it's got to be meaningful involvement. And if it's not happening, I think that needs to be clearly on the board's radar. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Message received, Clive, and I think it is clearly on the board's radar. We'll move to the Ministry of Health Consumer Consortium representatives update report for your consideration. Any questions or comments? There being none. Sorry, Mary, you wish to say something as our representative? Go ahead, please.
I'll just get you to hold it for me if you wouldn't mind, so I can. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. It's Mary Schnackenberg. I'm your current representative on the Consumer Consortium. I wasn't available to go in April this year, and Martine stepped in for me, and I thank you, Martine, for doing that. Martine put a hand up and protested about lab tests. That was not recorded in the minutes. The problems are continuing, and I give you an undertaking that I will be protesting next month when I go to Wellington about lab tests. Really, the situation is totally undignified, and it's not lab tests specifically, it's signalling for all of us about the future design of the interface between clinicians and people with disabilities, and whether or not we're going to be treated with dignity, really. And if you move on to things like accessible information, I've seen this week an email from that was passed on to me in confidence from the Health and Disability Commissioner. HDC are still sending out scanned image PDFs, and I think that it's high time we absolutely stamped our foot about scanned image PDFs. In Auckland, there are at least 2 efforts going on at the moment about DHBs sending appointment letters to individuals. One of the DHBs is seeming to be moving to that environment by sending appointment letters via email, is moving to that environment, and it appears to be working quite well. Another DHB sent out a draft of their appointment letter, which was an unstructured PDF with most of the words joined together. And when the person contacted me in response to a reply I sent about it, they said, access by screen readers to these letters was not in scope when we looked at the software. This style of equal access to information is not a can.
Mary, we have some sound quality issues. Can you... The microphone needs to be held very steady. It's quite sensitive, I think.
Okay. The equal access to information is not being provided in several levels around the health system, and we really have to stamp our foot about this, and it'll get worse before it gets better if we don't. The other area that we're watching is systems transformation. We will be receiving another update on that tomorrow, and again, I would expect another update in November. And of course, with change, everyone worries about it. So each of us has to kind of stay on top of what's happening in these areas so that we're not caught by surprise when it's finally rolled out into wherever your particular geography happens to be. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Mary. For anyone who is in a position such as Mary's, where a government organisation is rolling out information in a format that is not accessible, we now have a very large lever called the Accessibility Charter that chief executives have signed. And if it's been signed by the chief executive of a ministry, it's law in that ministry. So I think we now have a tool. The Accessibility Charter is bound to get more discussion as we move on and make more use of it. But that was an initiative with Blind Citizens New Zealand leading the charge with the help of a few of the other DPOs, but our efforts by and large, mostly drafted by Clive and Rose is my understanding, with help from 2 other DPOs and a lot of effort to get that actually taken, well, not actually a lot of effort to get it taken seriously by chief executives. They saw the value in it, but now there's a lot of effort getting chief executives to sign up. Maybe we'll find out tomorrow exactly how many have signed up to it. I'll go Murray, Paul, Alan Jones, and then Vaughan. Murray.
Thank you. It's Murray Pete speaking. My question or comment is in regards to the Accessibility Charter, and it's around whether the provisions of the Charter are going to extend to contractors. So in this instance, we have our good friends Lab Tests who are making life difficult in parts of Auckland and other parts of the country. This was a contract that was through, I think, through an organisation comprising a number of DHBs. I forget, it's got some fancy name, regional something or other. But anyway, suffice to say, it was a contract that was taken up by Lab Tests. So I guess my point here is, if these contracts are going to go out to businesses, we hope that the provisions of the Accessibility Charter are actually going to be extended as parts of the as provisions in the contract which these organisations sign up to. Otherwise, if they're not, it gives these companies an out. Anyway, thank you.
One of the major impacts Blind Citizens New Zealand had in that Accessibility Charter is the use of the word procure. And if government is going to procure services from outside parties, they must be accessible too. That is part of the Accessibility Charter. I don't think we've had a win that can be held up against that Accessibility Charter in the last few years. It is the best thing that we've actually had. Now we have to make sure that we hold those ministries and government agencies to account, that they actually deliver on their promise to procure and to provide services that are accessible, including accessible information for us. We're going to Paul.
Thanks, Chair. I think my point's kind of similar and related to Murray's and related to Mary's, because you're right, the Accessibility Charter, obviously great in terms of the Chief Executive Ministry signing up. I'd just like to say, I hope there's going to be some more upskilling staff to meet those commitments, because I think that's where some of the issues are. But actually I wanted to make a point about, because it obviously affects the ministries, but Mary was talking specifically about DHBs. And I think it's worth, you know, without breaking too many or any confidences, the story Mary was telling, that 3 people who are members of this organisation happen to know someone who works at an Auckland DHB, and we got unsolicited emails saying, hey, would you have a look at these appointment letters we want to send out, because we want to see if they're accessible or not. That was their accessibility checking. When Mary raised issues, she was then told by the guy when he phoned her up that the accessibility hadn't been a part of that. I responded to his emails. He wanted to ring me, and I could have said, look, mate, you know, I'm really busy here. I'm happy to look at things you send out. I just checked this afternoon. I've got another email from him where he's done a wee bit more work and say, you know, look, I'm not unhappy to get back to drafts of emails, but let's be quite clear, that's not consultation in any way with disabled people. That's not making sure that systems are accessible at the start. It's going around to a few handpicked people after the event. and trying to retrofit. And so I think that I'm absolutely in favour of the accessibility charter. I think it's great with ministries and stuff, but actually it doesn't go far enough because there's a huge issue with DHBs, and it can't just be left out to someone who works at a DHB contacting a few blind mates to give somebody a bit of advice on accessible PDFs or inaccessible PDFs, as the case may be.
Alan Jones, you're next.
Thank you, Jonathan. I don't think it's any secret that the whole atmosphere around the Ministry of Health in the last few years has been very, very unhappy, and there's been a lot of dissatisfaction. This may have taken a turn for the better. There's been a new appointment, and the whole, as I understand it, the whole disability sector, the profile has been raised with a new appointment. And maybe sometime before next conference, we may be able to ask this person who's been appointed to come and speak with us. I'm very optimistic about the Enabling Good Lives process, which we'll hear about tomorrow, and about some of the changes, but they've been long and coming, and I can understand people's unhappiness with what has gone on.
Vaughan?
Conversation is quite dynamic at the moment, so that's really good. My ministry's chief executive, when I say my ministry, Ministry of Social Development's chief executive, signed the Accessibility Charter. And what I have discovered in the short time that it's been circulating is the lobby for, well, we can't really have alternatives to imaged PDFs as security. It is clearly a question of staff skill, as Paul has said. It's clearly a question of knowledge. With apologies to the sighted people who are doing sterling work for us, I've come to the conclusion that they actually don't know whether it's a text document or just a document because they see the characters. Someone in this room working in another part of the organisation to me has got a ministerial. I've got 2 outstanding employment complaints about this. There might even be a 3rd. So we're going to really find ways of firmly signalling that this is an implementable, not lamentable, implementable action, and that it's not difficult. There are experts independent of employees that can provide the advice, probably for a fee, because that's how some of them make their living. But I think that it's only a win, as you described, Jonathan, when we see the evidence from particularly government agencies, because they have to take the lead. And I think that evidence will be slow in coming. But we must, individuals have to do what this person in this room is doing. Those of us who are employees have to use different channels because we can't go to the minister that easily. And we have to, at every opportunity, make it very clear that there are ways of solving our problem. And it's there right in front of you.
We're going to La in Auckland.
This is quite a wide-ranging discussion. Can I just bring back to the item about the consortium that Mary spoke about? 2 things. Clarification whether the consortium is now transformed into another name. There's a forum, Sector Forum. And if so, has the terms of reference for the consortium changed? And if so, how is it open for diversity of voices?
Mary?
It's Mary speaking. It's possible that actually Rose and Jonathan know more about this than I do. I have not heard that the Ministry of Health Disability Support Services Consumer Consortium has changed its name or got new terms of reference. So we'll find out in November. My experience with the Ministry of Health is that they are absolutely struggling with what consumer input looks like, how to recruit, how many, how to reward, what standards to look for. And I'm thinking about this particularly in connection with lots of things that are happening in Auckland. And it wouldn't surprise me at all if they're not struggling similarly around the country. So whether there's going to be a change to the Disability Support Services Consumer Consortium, it wouldn't surprise me, but I haven't been made aware that that's about to happen.
And nothing has come across our radar either. Okay, I'd like us to move on now to the, you want to, Carolyn, put your hand up. You want to go back to the Ministry of Health, or do you want to go on to Braille? We missed it. Welcome to Carolyn Weston now, please.
Sorry, I had put my hand up and I don't know if Rose had seen me or not, that was all.
Obviously not.
So, yeah, I wanted to go back to the Ministry of Health, to Mary. I know when I was on it, we talked a lot about different access to different projects. And one of the issues that is concerning me, because I recently just did it, was the bowel cancer screening and the access to information. I got a package that was all in print, and that was okay. It was really quite good print that I could read, which was really helpful. The contrast was good, but I did come thinking about it last night, wondering how someone would get on that didn't read print and couldn't read it. And although there was an 0800 number, you needed to read the print to get that number. And I wondered if the consortium had talked about access to information regarding these, important cancer screenings, things like that, and the mammogram and those other. The mammogram print is terrible. I can't read that at all. But I really do think these are usually operated by, although they might be contracted by government departments and THBs, they're actually done by researchers or private businesses. And I just wondered if there's been any discussion about that, Mary, in the last few months.
Mary, would you like to respond?
That is, I'm very sorry, I've had to do something that's forbidden. One of our volunteers has just phoned me and I took the call. Please, can you repeat the question, Carolyn? I'm sorry.
You owe me.
Yes, I'm sure I do.
Okay, Mary. As you're aware, there is a number of programs around, and one of them is the bowel cancer pilot, roll out the screening, the bowel cancer screening, and I participated in that just recently, and I got the package. It's all in print. Luckily, the print was very good for me to see, but I was concerned that if I couldn't read the print and I lived by myself, how I would know even what the 0800 number was to ring to find out if there was this information in other formats, because it didn't say if you need information in another format, please ring the 0800 number or anything like that either. So I was concerned about that. And the mammogram screening, I can't read that at all. It's blue writing on blue paper almost, I think, as far as I can see. And I've also talked about that. And I just wanted to know if the Consumer Consortium had discussed about access, disabled people, but certainly blind people, accessing information about these screening programs that are run usually by private concerns and maybe contracted by DHBs, but not necessarily.
I've been deeply disappointed in relation to all those programs. And of course, we're also talking about cervical smear programs as well. In a different role, I've been able to bang the table about this, but I'm entirely dissatisfied with access to information about all these screening programs. Some of us have been able to participate in the, not in the bowel screening program, but in the testing, but independently of the screening program. But we absolutely had to get really good advice, actually from a family member, to explain certain things that were not quite clear. The service is not at even halfway accessible, in my opinion. A year ago, I observed a presentation from up north about access to information about breast screening for people with learning disabilities. Now, it was a very well-intentioned, half-baked, not shared throughout the country presentation. And so it's not just blind people who are being denied access to information and support in confidential, appropriate ways. The other night, somebody said, when I go into lab tests, I want to know that I'm being spoken to by a member of staff, not by a kindly member of the public. This problem is endemic in the health system. And as each of us is going about our daily duties, we have to keep advocating, and I will do my best to try and get the message across at the Consumer Consortium that people with a range of disabilities, and there are many disability groups represented around that Consumer Consortium table, but people with a range of disabilities are not getting a fair go. We're being marginalised everywhere we turn. So we'll try, and I want to thank Martine for trying back in April.
Thank you, Mary. I think we need to move on now to the Braille Authority of New Zealand Aotearoa Trust report from Paula Waby. Any questions? There being none, we'll move on to the next one, which is the World Blind Union Representative Report by Paula Waby. Questions? We will then move on to the Workbridge Report by Paula Waby. Someone wants to ask Paula a question. Go on. When's the WBU? Right, so thank you, people. Would someone like to move, therefore, that we receive the annual report, being attachment B? Kylie, and a seconder? Lena, thank you. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Good stuff. Thank you, people. The next attachment is a report, Governance Effectiveness Review. You will note that in the heading it's called a public report. The board went through a review process with BoardWorks International. This is the public version of that report. There are obviously, by inference at least, things that were for the board's internal consideration. Does anyone wish to ask any questions or make comments? Someone like to move that you receive that report then? Speak up. Aina, thank you. And a seconder? So it's very hard to hear anyone who's sort of more than halfway back in this room. So who was seconding? Diane, thank you. Right, we got there in the end. All those in favour? Thank you. Opposed? Right. 7.7 is the consolidated accounts. This is where we, the overall organisational accounts, including everything that was in the annual report, plus everything that happens at all the branches. This is attachment D for dog. Anyone wish to raise any questions? No one wants to? Auckland? Raylene. Keep your hand up so the mic runner can find you. And go ahead.
My question.
Microphone needs to be closer, please.
Right, is that okay?
Better.
Thank you. I've just got a query about the finances in relation to the networks. And I may have missed something in this report, but I can't find sort of how it links in the networks.
You're in the National Office. All the National Office accounts, right? Networks accounts. Yeah. So networks no longer have accounts, so they don't get singled out like branches. So they're in with everything else in National Office accounts, if you like.
That was what I thought.
Yep. That's the status of those, yes. Yep. So we also, if a branch goes, gets disestablished, we ring fence the funds that the branch has for a few more years in case, like the phoenix, they rise from the ashes. Someone like to move we receive the consolidated accounts, please? Sean moving, seconded. Martine, thank you. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. 7.8 is the appointment of the auditor. I assume we're recommending Moore Stevens of Wellington be retained as our auditor. Someone like to move that? Kylie, seconded. Amanda, all those in favour? Anyone opposed? Right, 7.9 is the remit, but it's an hour and 40 minutes since you sat down. Please stand up if you can, turn around 3 times, pat your neighbour on the back, turn around 3 more times and sit down before they slap you back. Nah.
I wasn't counting.
We can't see you doing your exercises in Auckland. All right, one last stretch. All right, hopefully the blood is returning to the useful bits. That's your brain. Right. Item 7.9 is the remit from Nelson Branch. Yes, Chrissy Fern, you're the National Councillor for Nelson. It's your privilege to be the opening speaker and to move the remit. So would you like to move?
Yes, I'd like to move that remit.
Hold that. Is there a seconder? Paul Brown, thank you. Right, I'm going to test the water here. Is there anyone who wants to be noted down for speaking to this remit in the affirmative, in support? No speakers. Is there anyone who wishes to be noted down to speak in opposition to the remit? Yeah. No, Chrissy. Chrissy, you will get to introduce the remit. Rose is going to tell me who's raised their hands already while you're speaking. The mic will then go to Paul Brown, who seconded the remit, and then we'll see what comes. Chrissy.
Thank you. Do I need to read the remit out?
No, everyone read their agenda, Chrissy. They paid very careful attention to the excellent efforts of Nelson Branch.
I'd just like to read some further explanatory notes to the remit to add some information to it. Just 90% of New Zealanders filled out the census in 2018, meaning over 400,000 people were not counted. This is the lowest participation rate in 5 surveys and means that the statistical data won't be available until March 2019 instead of October this year. Professor of Statistics from Auckland University, Thomas Lumley, has described the low return as very serious. This was the first time that Statistics New Zealand had adopted a digital-first approach to the census, and they have stated that there was a well-planned rollout of publicity across multiple media formats. They are concerned about the lack of response, and a review of the census will look to understand why that has happened and take lessons that can be applied in the future. As stated by National MP Nick Smith, who is the MP for Nelson, the implications of late and unreliable statistics are huge, particularly when New Zealand's population is growing so quickly. Statistics New Zealand got so carried away with their digital strategy that they forgot about the people factor. The success of previous census was in the thousands of neighbourhood coordinators who knew their communities and got everybody participating. Even in the wake of this debacle, Statistics New Zealand were congratulating themselves on how many people had completed the census online, as though this was an end in itself. There is a broader lesson from the Census 2018 shambles for government and business around digital technologies. To err is human, but to really stuff things up takes a computer. A common problem is technology nerds forgetting the human dimension. If government is to make greater use of digital technology for public services, more needs to be invested in organisations like SeniorNet and support for people with disabilities and those in rural areas. Everyone should count. And that's the end of the quote from Nick Smith. And the end of my notes.
Thank you, Chrissy. I think that's the best National Councillor's supporting statement I've heard in years for a remit. Obviously prepared. How are you going to follow that up, Paul?
Well, this must be the first time I've ever agreed with Nick Smith, which I think is a bloody hard thing for me, really. But so I'm seconding this motion, but I've got some issues, and they're not about anything that's in this remit.
Are they fit for the agenda?
But they're about a whole lot of things that aren't in the remit, because I think debacle has been used. I think maybe Nick Smith used it. I'm going to use it again because I think, you know, it's a great word, and particularly my accent, I'm told. And I think that there's a real issue here because, well, you know, you can't disagree with anything that's in this remit. But let's look at the census this year. You know, we got sent print numbers, access codes to access a computer, or later on we got told we could ring the Blind Foundation. Another, you know, actually Nick Smith, that's the one thing he didn't get right. He blamed net nerds and other people, but he didn't actually blame the Blind Foundation. And they need to take a bit of a role here for the silliness and the daft system they set up, that they would give people their access codes and stuff rather than make Statistics New Zealand accountable. But then we come to an online census, or if you were like me, away overnight on the night of the census, got to a hotel, got handed a print copy, had to phone up and get somebody to come and fill it in. Didn't realise I opened the envelope, actually, there was a print code in there. If I could read it, I would have been able to have gone and done it online. I mean, where to start? And then the census itself, actually, because, you know, while there's been a lot of congratulations of using the Washington Short questions on disability, I'm not against that. I think it gives some international comparison. However, they weren't on disability. We didn't have any questions on this census and disability. For the first time in a number of censuses, they were put in health. Well, I don't know about people here, but I don't have a health issue that I want to fill in the census or need to fill in. I'm a disabled person. My issue should be there. And I think, you know, and so we had the Washington Short questions, but there was no general disability question. And I think I know a lot of disabled people and blind people with other impairments who really struggled to make their views heard. Then, of course, we find out that following this census, there's not going to be a disability survey. Now, you know, so what we've got here is we assume a low rate of disabled people filling this in the move to online, a low rate of blind people filling it in with the debacle probably year between Blind Foundation and all that went on. And then we don't even have anything to follow up with disabled people to pick up. So, I mean, while I absolutely agree with this remit, I think there's a wider issue here. And I wonder, and I'll throw this in early, Chair, that this is something for some kind of statement from this conference that might go to the resolutions committee, because I think this remit is fine as far as it goes, but it touches the tip of the iceberg around this year's census debacle.
Before we go to Vaughan, who's coming next, if the microphone runner can go to Vaughan, I would draw people's attention to the fact that in the annual report, there are 2 notes with respect to Statistics New Zealand. First of all, the experience for blind people would have been even worse if it were not for Blind Citizens New Zealand actively engaging with Statistics New Zealand, albeit too late to resolve all the problems. In addition to Rose working with Deaf Aotearoa and Statistics New Zealand back around census time to try and find solutions, at exactly the wrong time to try and find solutions, but at least it was before the census. We at the DPO Coalition were the first respondents to the staff from Statistics New Zealand undertaking the review of Census 2018. There is a commitment from Statistics New Zealand to continue to work with the DPO Coalition in preparing Census 2023. A further note of interest is that one of the major issues that the independent monitoring mechanism has registered that the New Zealand government must deal with respect to our progress on the convention is that of data and getting quality data about the experiences of disabled people in New Zealand. I happen to be the DPO Coalition representative who is involved with those discussions at what is called the Data and Evidence Working Group. This problem is not going away until they sort out their SH1T. Vaughan.
I think you should add behaviour to that evidence group, Mr. President, because we've heard...
Mine or theirs?
Theirs. Yours is impeccable.
Haven't been caught yet.
We've heard stories of individuals who asked for a human to help them with the census. And one person comes to mind who was told that she had to complete the form with the census representative outside.
Ah, yes, they weren't allowed inside the door.
That's right. No name. Let's just hope that the person concerned wasn't her neighbour or some other person that she may not be able to identify with confidence, and to have the security that the confidentiality of her data was maintained because this person lives in a housing complex and has a hearing problem. And so that process also, if it hasn't already been brought to Stat's attention, is certainly more of the evidence that we need that this was a disgraceful process. And just picking up on Chrissy's comment from Nick Smith, this is about government asking people to comply with us, or us to comply with it. Government is asking us to comply with a piece of statute. It's not a voluntary compliance, but I wouldn't be having an interview with a representative of state on my driveway.
Indeed. One other point, I think, Paul Brown, I think you mentioned the fact that there is no disability survey being conducted in 2018. It would have been conducted by now if it were going to have been done. It is slated for 2023. 10 years after the last one, yes. But it has to be linked with the census to actually work.
I'm not sure if Kylie has a hand up.
Kylie, you're waving for an opportunity to speak, I hope, because the microphone's coming your way.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am also concerned that we need to mention the online design, because although many of us were able to complete it, anyone with any scrap of accessibility knowledge of web design knows that any website worth its salt needs to be platform independent, so that we should be able to use the browser and screen reader, or browser and magnifier, or browser and something of our choice, and be able to access the information equally. That didn't happen either. The optimum seemed to be Firefox and NVDA. I was using Chrome and JAWS and had all sorts of issues. So that also is another thing to take into account, that we need to make sure that whatever design is, that it is truly accessible.
Kylie, we do believe that the Stats New Zealand would say that they got testing on the website and advice. Right, we didn't get any hands waving when I asked for anyone to speak in opposition. I'm going to...
Sorry, I've just seen a note from Auckland saying JP has a point of order.
Point of order from JP. Would you like a point of order, JP? Now's a good time.
Sorry. Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes.
I was just going to question when you ask for moving a second, all in favour, you lot say aye, but you don't come back to us. I want to know, is there a problem? Because we do have a right to a vote as well.
I explained the process earlier. If Auckland feels that their vote is going to be contradictory, then please ask for a count.
No, but what I was saying, sir, that when you ask everybody in favour, it's aye. We should be able to say aye. Thank you.
I hope you are.
Pardon?
I hope you are saying aye at the same time, JP, so that the people in Auckland all know how you have voted as a group, so that if there is any contention, that it's obvious to you people in that room that you need to raise that there is a difference of opinion between the two locations.
All right.
So I hope you are all being very vocal.
Well, we are, but, you know.
Good. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for your explanation. Yep. Thank you.
Lovely. Right. So I am going to vote now. John, you can test your colleagues. All those in favour of the remit? Aye. Anyone opposed? I say that that's passed. Oh, we have Auckland. We have you visible on screen, so Rose can actually see what you are doing.
You could hear it a little bit too.
Yeah. Oh, there's a point of order coming from the back of the room, I believe.
Could somebody please get a
yes.
mic to Paul Brown?
Yes, the link with Auckland is full video. So if there are people in Auckland who want to be staring at a screen, they can choose to do so. But it's we don't think it's perfect 100% of the time. Paul?
Yeah, I'd like to ask about the suggestion I made about the conference resolution committee coming up with some kind of statement on this and whether that's been noted and on their kind of work programme for the weekend, because it wasn't.
A vague voice in the
answered.
middle, it sounded awfully like the convener said it has been noted. Right. There be the end of the remits. And we are up to item 7.10. Yeah, it's good. And we will start this discussion because we have an hour and 15 until we are due to break. We are going to bring the GRP up here, aren't we? So the members of the governance review panel that were appointed by the board are going to move and sit on some chairs up at the front so that they're more accessible for the microphones should they wish to speak. We have Don McKenzie online because he was unable to be here in person, or due to other commitments this afternoon. I believe he couldn't get to the Auckland venue either. Can we bring Don in to sign? Don, when you get a chance, can you introduce yourself, please?
Hello, it's Don here.
We can hear you, Don.
Oh, good show. Can you see me, Rose, with a cup of tea? Jolly good.
President's
no, I
half hour.
can't. No, I can't. I need to see you with your cup
That's
of
a
tea.
beer.
It's all right. We had a
Ah, quiet. Telltale.
Yeah. Right. So the governance review panel was established by the board following conference at our annual planning meeting in November last year. Members were given an opportunity to express their interest, and ultimately the GRP was formed with Geraldine Glanville, Don McKenzie, who you've just heard from, Carolyn Weston, Anya Kelly Costello. Three ladies are here in the room, and originally Donald Hunt, who cannot be with us today. Ladies, so we're choreographing nicely. Right. Hopefully we're all comfortable. So who's in the middle? Who's microphone jockey? You're right. Okay, so, right. The GRP has proposed a set of changes for governance of this organisation and a pathway forwards. Regular updates from the GRP seeking feedback have gone to members, including in focus, reaching all our members, including some who were not financial. So there has been an opportunity to just raise some of these items. You will see in the report that you've received that feedback has materially altered the recommendations. So I believe Geraldine and panel, you've said thank you to people in that report. Is that correct? But I think you'd want to do so anyway, right? Do you want to do it so vocally, or do you want to do it in the report? Geraldine?
Yes. Well, I did say thank you. I think that was the first thing I said in the
introduction to what you would have all received, hopefully, in June. It wasn't in focus. It was. It went out prior to the June focus, which was quite late, I think. But anyhow, there have been, as you will see, a couple of changes. Only one change to the resolution, to a resolution, and that was to the first resolution, which we have defined as a clause which will appear in the revised constitution. And the second change we made was to enhance a particular part of the explanation for having a universal franchise for voting on rule changes. So you will have seen that on the first page of the report. And the third change was, of course, the fact that we, in order to be able for everybody to vote on the new constitution, we're going to need a change to the current constitution, which we will be operating under at the time, to allow for a vote of all members and not just either the AGM or National Council.
Thanks for that introduction, Geraldine. We are going to need a speaking order, and I'm going to need to invite speakers to give us a very clear indication that they aren't going to speak for hours. We need to hear the issues, so please express them concisely. We need speakers' hands, please. And notification from Auckland, please.
I've actually got visual with Auckland as well.
So you know. Yep, Rose can get visual. So if you raise your hands in Auckland, Rose will know.
Right, so Clive was one of the first in Auckland, in fact, the only hand in Auckland.
One hand in Auckland. In the room.
And in Wellington, we have Chrissy and Paul.
Chrissy and Paul.
And we have Alan, I think, is it Alan Webster? Yes.
So in order, that will be Chrissy, Alan in Auckland, Clive in Auckland, and Paul in this room. Chrissy first, please.
Thank you. It's Chrissy here. That mine's quite a quick one, I think. That Nelson Branch put forward that one of the proposed new objects they weren't numbered, sorry, but was stated as our right to independently cast a secret vote in elections. And we felt that this should also include and to independently complete a census. Can the governance review panel perhaps say whether they felt that that wasn't needed to be added to that, or whether it needed more discussion?
Geraldine?
Yeah, the objects were not included as to come to this AGM because it was never intended that they would do. But of course, the change you made has been, or proposed, has been noted. So when the new constitution comes out, I think you will find there will be something there.
We were going to Auckland. Alan Webster.
No, Clive.
No, Alan, then Clive.
Sorry, I've got it mixed up. Sorry.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Go ahead, Alan.
I did not receive my agenda until 10 to 10 this morning on audio CD. So I'm very disappointed about the fact that I haven't been able to consider the final report. And I, at the moment, cannot take part in the particular debate on this issue. I would have liked to have done so, but cannot until I read that particular document, which I have been told by the person who read it onto CD is 4.5 hours late, 4.5 hours in duration. Now, if I do read it, it means I'm going to have to do an all-nighter before I come in tomorrow morning. From that point of view, I'm disappointed about the fact that I did not receive my agenda until 10 to 10 this morning.
Alan, I think it's the whole agenda that's 4.5 hours long in the recording. You ought to be able to skip to the attachments of most interest if your time is pressing. We are up to you, Clive.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Alan.
I'm not happy with that answer.
Okay.
One bit.
Sorry, we've lost you, Alan.
I should have been able to have had that agenda at least a week ago. Now, that's the reason I'm disappointed in the fact that I got it by courier at 10 to 10 this morning. It's not on. I'm very disappointed in the fact that I didn't get the agenda until then. As I said, I haven't been able to consider the final report, which is in the agenda pack. I would have liked to have done so because I do have some particular aspects of this part of the agenda, which I would have liked to have considered and taken part in. But as it is, I cannot.
I hear you, Alan. The agenda was distributed to email users a week ago. Rose is going to offer some comment about, because honestly, Alan, I don't know when the agenda came out on audio CD.
Thank you, Jonathan.
At 10 this morning.
No, it's Rose here, and I think this is one of the learnings from the first, from doing this pilot, that moving forward we would not have extended timeframes the way that we have between National Office and Auckland. And Alan, all the details, as soon as they were received and able to be processed, were. And it is unfortunate that your particular document did not arrive by courier until this morning. So it is a learning from the process that we put in place. And I think that, as I say, it's absolutely a learning, and we will know in future that the timeframes need to be tighter than they were this time around in terms of getting the level of information about attendees in Auckland.
We will come to Clive now, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to say I'm reasonably happy with these proposed reforms, so I won't speak at length on the reforms in general. I would comment that the recommendation to vote to alter the constitution to be open to all association members by postal vote is arguably a bit controversial. Now, I have to say that I started out favouring the traditional face-to-face approach to decision-making, and I guess being a traditionalist, I still favour that approach. But in all fairness, I think it's a good principle that that all members should be able to vote on the constitution of the organisation of which they are a member. So that is the principle of democracy. But I think the important thing is that democracy is only effective if the people voting are informed. And it's good that the review panel has agreed to the idea that there must be an adequate period of debate before any such proposal is put to the vote. But this is actually just the starting point, because to me the most important thing is that the debating period is managed in a way that gives everyone a chance to be heard. And the very first thing that needs to happen is to communicate any such proposal to all members, or potentially all members. And perhaps our Focus magazine is the best way to do that. Now, obviously, we should use other communications as well, but I think Focus really presents as the magazine that is sent to all of our members. Perhaps some of them choose not to receive it, but I would think most do. And I would think it's important that any proposal like this is first circulated in a way that all members can access. Then there is the actual period of debate, which should start at that point. And that would be that would obviously include such things as email messages and people talking on the feedback line and on Facebook commenting and so on. But the problem with that is that those mechanisms only suit certain people, and we've already got a kind of division going on. We've got email users over here, we've got TIS users on the feedback line over there, and we've got people on Facebook as another group again. And there's not a lot of intersection at the moment between those groups. And we need to ensure that with this debating period, it needs to be as inclusive as possible. And I suggest that it should include at least one virtual meeting, perhaps by good quality teleconference, that is managed in a way that lets everybody who wants to have the opportunity to, figuratively speaking, to stand up and be heard, to say what they want to say, in case that has any influence over the way people think by the time voting actually starts. Now, that's not happening in the Blind Foundation's equivalent situation. I think we should try to do better. I am concerned
Can I just stop you for a second?
Yep.
If someone were to draft a resolution that directed the board to come up with an engagement strategy around this, would you be satisfied?
Well, if it was along the lines that I've just described, yes. And it could either be at, it could be, the actual important bits of it would need to be in the Constitution, but I guess some of it would need to also just be directed by policy. But I think the most important point is that when these rules, if this is approved in principle today, the devil will be in the detail of how this period of debate will be conducted, and I just want to be sure that it will be conducted in a way, if we're going to go for inclusive decision making, and I see the point of that, then we need to ensure that it truly is inclusive, and that we're not just ending up in a situation where only the online and the switched on and what have you are able to debate, and people disconnected from those processes are none the wiser when they get their voting papers.
Now, pause, Clive. Mr. Resolutions Committee Convener, are you happy to pick up that challenge? Do your best is the answer there, Clive.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And there was just one final point I wanted to just add as a kind of a postscript. And I understand that the National Council has already scheduled a meeting to modify the Constitution, which we're entitled to do, to allow for a postal vote situation, so that when these final rules are developed, they can be adopted by all of our members in a postal vote. Now, I understand why that provision is being made, but it's kind of being made without putting those protections in place that I'm talking about. And I don't have a solution for that. I think we are being asked to step out in faith a bit here, and hope that the board, once given the power to put a constitutional proposal to the vote, actually does develop the kind of rules that I'm talking about. So as long as that's minuted, then that's fine. And I look forward to being, involved in. I know that the panel says it wants to work with people who are sort of constitutionally minded when it comes to developing these new rules. I look forward to that. I think.
Hang on, Clive. The panel's done its job. The panel is actually no more.
Yeah.
The board is yet to decide how to progress the drafting of a new constitution and the rules.
Okay. Well, that's
come up at the November board meeting.
that's fine. I was possibly out of step there. I understand your point. Whoever is drafting it will have a degree of legwork to do at the detailed level if this is approved today. But I guess my point is that these changes will make a difference to the organisation, and I do like the replacement for the supreme governing body wording. If that's to go, I think that the phrase that the wording that the panel has come up with, which still obliges the board and obliges the word to stay within the mandate that they have from conference, I think is an important and safeguard to keep in mind.
We're back in the room with Paul Brown.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to try and keep this brief. It'll become as no surprise to my colleagues in Auckland and to the panel that I'm absolutely opposed to most of these changes into the general direction in which they take us. You know, if we go back to your speech, Jonathan, Mr. Chairman, this afternoon, where you talked about the importance of conference and all that happens there. And actually, I believe that conference under these proposals is relegated to a talking shop, which the board may decide, and it says obliges in the mandate. We've got some wording about, you know, exactly what conference is about, coming together, lived experience, and something about, you know, equal rights with the sighted community or something. I mean, it's for me, it rips the heart out the organisation. I don't think this organisation was founded to cede, to pass on our right to speak for ourselves to our board in that way. I don't agree with the proposal for uninformed, sitting at home type voting. Again, I'm in favour of face-to-face. I have some real concerns about what I think is quite a bizarre way of dealing with the new board and having everybody resign at the same time. And I made that really clear in my submission. I think there's other ways to do that. But I think we've got to decide what kind of organisation we are. Are we an organisation that takes our mandate, as a DPO should, from our members coming together? You know, I mean, it's, you know, a DPO for me fundamentally is about being run and controlled by its members, not by its board, and that's what we've been asked to give away here. That we, in my opinion, that we've been asked to give away, that we run and control this organisation to our board running and controlling it on our behalf. I'm not convinced with the changes. I'm not convinced with the reasons that they're needed. I think this is an attempt to have a constitutional it's a kind of constitutional fix to an issue that isn't constitutional. Because for me, the issue is the one that's picked up in the other paper, actually, about resources and you know, and staffing and so on, and finances. They're the issue that things aren't happening. You know, and I just want to finish on this, Chair. You know, we've been told that we pass all these resolutions at conference that don't get acted on. We've passed one. There was one resolution this year. Members know that things aren't happening with resolutions being passed, remits being passed, so they're not submitting them. You know, because of the issues around staffing and resources. It's not a constitutional issue, in my opinion. We're trying to fix something that doesn't need fixed. And in the process, we're at risk of, I think, jeopardising our status as a DPO and ripping the heart out of our organisation.
Next speaker up is Vaughan. We are watching hands, by the way, people, in Auckland as well.
I find this a very interesting process because I feel like I'm going through a personal transition with this organisation. And I joined it because I could get dragged along to a conference and tell and provide input into what leaders did on my behalf in the name of the organisation that I belong to and value. I was on that first resolutions committee for me back in 1986, and I'm doing it again. Now, the secret for the success of your resolutions committee is the conference instructing the board, that group, to take an issue and make it mean something that the board can work with. Of all of the organisations I could choose to belong to, from the Working Men's Club to a political electorate committee and any manner of other organisations, this is the one that I come back to, because as a generally ordinary grassroots member, I can steer it. And there are many things that have come about through this organisation because of grassroots influence through a conference or an AGM. So we had the Wellington seminar, which was actually a resolution that ordinary members in Wellington actually drafted. We had our progress on audio description came about from ordinary members, perhaps being influenced by leadership, but most certainly steering the board in a very clear and precise way. I think that clearly the organisation needs to respond to changing contexts, but the fundamental relationship with the membership is what's actually missing from this this document. The description of processes which might or might not have a better democratic outcome in terms of election and streamlining of functions of the board through the two documents may well of itself be quite reasonable. But I know why I joined this organisation, and I know when I schismed with it, I still came back. So the member input through an event like this is hugely powerful. It's hugely significant, and it makes this a very accountable organisation to its members. So I think I have similar sentiments to Paul, actually, probably phrased differently. But I concur with a lot of what Paul has said.
Does anyone on the panel want to say something? Ladies, do you want to say anything? The GRP ladies?
I'll just respond.
We'll check with Donald as well.
In as much as that this first paper on governance structure is just that. It's not related to, it's just related to our rules, how we govern ourselves. And I don't think we need to sort of get too involved in things in our rules which tell, which explain how our members can influence this organisation. We know that, and we accept that.
Carolyn here. I just also want to add and make sure that in our paper we didn't say that we didn't think that we should have a conference once a year or anything like that. So I think it's really important that we value the worker conference. I think that should be recognised.
Anya?
It's Anya. Yeah, I think that part of the engagement with the board from members more broadly, I think we all agree that conference has an important role as being a forum for being able to debate issues in a face-to-face arena like this and all come together, and for a whole bunch of reasons. And I have a paper on that coming up, so we won't discuss that maybe too much now. But I think that the broader issue of how can members engage with the board, which I think is in the operational paper as well, but that is probably some of the area where this stuff can come as well. So not just how do members have influence at conference, but throughout the year, what are the channels of engagement? with the board and for members and equally for branches and networks. Yeah, thanks.
Josiah, can you-
Jonathan?
Yes, Don, you're next.
Yeah. I think we stuck with, we're committed to the universal franchise. As Clive points out, that's got to be informed and it has to take time. It's important that we engage as many people in the decision-making processes that really matter as is possible. Communications are changing, and the attendance at conferences where people are time poor is hard to achieve sometimes, and maybe we need to be looking forward. And if we expect, yes, thank you, we expect others to take our, in the wider community as we advocate, expect people to take our concerns into consideration. So we have to behave in that manner too. So I think it's right. I think it's the right thing to do. The board would be brave because it is obliged to, it is accountable to the electorate, to the conference goers, if it does not enact what is suggested, and would have to be jolly good reasons. So that's an important feature of democracy, which I think needs to be preserved. And I think the key is in the rules that structure the type of informed engagement and conversation that takes place around whatever the issue is. We have to behave like we expect other groups to behave.
Thank you, Don. Just to check on Auckland, if there's anyone there who wants to speak. Is there a hand?
No hand, but we have Kylie up at
We're going to Kylie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Having come at this from an outsider's point of view, only just come back into the organisation, I've missed a lot of this, but I can say that in any organisation I know, the conference is still the foremost democratic body. The coming together of people to make decisions on an annual basis is regarded as vital. Having said that, if you must have virtual decision-making on various things, it can be done. I experienced it successfully only recently. We used Zoom for our discussions, and we used an online computerised platform called Election Runner for our voting. It was a lot of work, but it actually did function. So if you must have those decisions, yes, make them virtually, but not in conference. I think it's in any organisation, the conference still must be the foremost democratic process.
We're continuing to take speakers' hands. If people would like to raise their hands now, we're out for another round of speakers.
Murray with his hand up.
We're going to you, Murray. And there's no one else currently on the list, by the way.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think there's any intent here to diminish the status of conference. So it perhaps saddens me that there's that general perception. I think that it's important to realise that we live in a dynamic time where we come together for these 3 days, or 2 and a bit days for conference. But for the rest of the year, there is just so much happening out there. And we need to find ways of being more dynamic, being able to react to things. and not being drawn into a model where there may be an issue comes up in April and people feel that they have to wait until July until the conference process starts. And then we lurch our way through to October until we vote on it. And the world sort of turned around several times before we actually get to comment on it. So I think it's important to understand the dynamics of the organisation and the fast pace that things are moving at the moment and how we actually respond to those as an organisation. There's also other things that we can do with this conference, and Anya's going to talk about that when we come to her paper. And I think we have to think about the conference format that we're having at the moment where we're sitting here discussing issues. That's great. Is this going to inspire other people to come and join us, or do we need to find other ways of changing our conference round and in some ways to get new people to come along, to get different ideas, to have breakout discussions? There's a whole variety of things we can do. We don't have to be rigidly stuck into this model. So all I'm suggesting to people is have an open mind. We don't have to be stuck in the old unionist days where we all sit here and thump on the table and things like that. And I know that's what some people want, and that's cool. They're entitled to their view as well. So that's all I'd like to say. But I'd also like to say that, there's talk in the back of the room. I've lost my train of thought, so I'll leave it at that. But all I ask is that people do keep an open mind. The one thing I wanted to say too is we hear about the importance of conference, but the one thing that's always annoyed the hell out of me from my very first conference is that people would say, oh, it's the people at conference that make all the decisions. Well, that's nice for the people who could either self-fund to get there, or the people who were able to get funding to be there. What about everyone else? Where is their involvement? We know it involvement from other branches, such as we have from Auckland. That costs a lot of money to do that. Now, hopefully that's going to be cheaper. But I do get concerned when some people talk about the importance of decisions just being made here at conference at the exclusion of other people. I think we just need to stop and think about that as well. Thank you.
Thomas first, and then we're going back to Auckland to Clive. Thomas, please. Oh, it's George.
Oh, is it George?
You got the wrong. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Come on, George. Quick.
Sorry, George.
She's going to be in trouble later.
I've listened quite carefully to all what's been said today, and I did come with a reasonably open mind for a Scotsman. My problem is that, as Murray has just talked about, this new dynamic situation that we're in, I'm conscious of the statement from the GCSB about the kinds of interference that can be used in widening the kind of voting procedures. We've already talked about the mess that the Statistics Department have made of the census. So it seems to me that this is the safest, and maybe it will change in the future. But right now, for me, it seems I joined this. I came to my first conference in this very room. And one of the reasons that I came here was to test the waters because of my perception of what was going on with the foundation. And it seems to me that what I got from this meeting was that I met up with people who had similar views. And that's the strength of this conference, that you get solidarity, hopefully, from people. And you also are questioning your own thoughts because of any opposition you might have. And I think that's the important thing. And no matter how clever you get with technology, you're never going to be able to replace a face-to-face kind of discussion like this is happening now. So I'm certainly not in favour of the changes.
We are going to Clive in Auckland. I've got the right person. Clive, when you're ready.
Yes. Are we on?
Yes.
Look, Mr. Chairman, I think we are kind of talking here about perhaps how we perceive the difference between influence and control. But, and I hear all the points about the importance of conference as a vehicle to establish solidarity, a common consensus on where we're heading. I think it's, that's why I've always liked conference. That's the great thing about it. But we shouldn't sort of convince ourselves that it actually is control, because we know that for various reasons, our board can come back to us next year and say, well, we didn't proceed with that plan because XYZ happened in the meantime and we had to deal with that, or we became aware of a new development. And so we actually do have faith in the board, and we do give them a space already to be able to take our resolutions and then sort of manage them in the way that they see fit. So, frankly, I get the message about we don't want change, but I think we're kind of confusing the kind of change we're talking about with the concept of what conference is, because I think we're already in an era now, even if we leave the words as they are and say, well, a conference is the supreme governing body, we're already in an era in which actually between conferences, the board has the authority to do what it needs to do. And we kind of accept that. And what's the most we can do in the next year when we come back and the board hasn't done what we asked them to? Well, we either hear what they have to say and then say, well, we don't think much of that, or we hear what they have to say and we say, thank you very much, that was the right decision. But it's still not control anymore, and probably never has been. I think that's really the point that I've come to when I've revisited this paper, and I can see where they're coming from. So I believe that we are talking here about a balance of the conference still being a statement of our feelings and an absolutely genuine statement of consensus across blind people throughout the country. But we're still, in fact, saying that we have this board that does the job between conferences. We're already at that point. And that's why I say, I think I am happy with moving in this direction.
We've got Vaughan and Paul. Is there anyone who hasn't had a go already? We're going to Daniel's first, then Vaughan, then Paul. Daniel.
Must be a cigar here somewhere. I wasn't going to say anything, Mr. Chairman. I was going to wait till you put it to the vote, and I was going to vote against it. Because when I first got the proposals on CD, I automatically came to me, what's broken in this organization? So I started looking for things that were and are broken, and I couldn't find any. And like George, I joined this, well, I got bullied actually, but never mind, because I liked it. And I can go back into my own organizations, Mr. Chairman, and when it gets too hectic in my organizations, I come back here, and it's like a blanket for me for a couple of hours, and then it's time to go again. I don't like the changes either. Thank you.
Vaughan.
My evolutionary thinking is that actually what we've got would, in this paper, I think does a very good job of describing the intent of conference. And I don't think that that intent is contradictory to the fact that this structure should be the supreme governing body. Because, and the ways in which conferences can occur will change. because there are certainly for me other parts of this whole document that I do particularly like, because directorships generally, for instance, to take us away from conference, are smaller bodies. They have to respond in a rapidly changing environment, as Murray and others have talked about. But they need to be directly beholden to, and I think Clive's comment about the balance between control and influence is a very succinct summary. Because this organisation has been very fortunate. It's had a group of good leaders that actually do understand the relationship with the membership and the importance of that relationship. But if this balance of the board having additional authority is swung too far, that relationship with the membership may well adversely change. Because the real future of the organisation is not in those of us who've been around forever. It's those of us who are here for the first time and others out there that might like to come or might like to be active in some other way. And I'm not sure that we've got the future thinking in this paper about right yet.
Paul Brown.
I wasn't going to speak again because I think I spoke a lot before and made quite an impassioned speech, and people know my views, but I've listened to the debate, and the reason I'm speaking again is because of Clive's contribution, because I agree with him in many ways, but I come to a different conclusion. Because if it's all, so yes, the issue is about influence and control. I would also add accountability there. But influence, control and accountability, I think, are the issues here. And if it's always been the case that the board has had authority to not take things forward in a particular year or to run with another opportunity in terms of advocacy that comes up, Clive says that's always been the case, really. It's pretty much always happened. We may see more of it now, but it's kind of always happened. So for me then, why do we need to change this? If the board can already do that under the current structure and we have conference as a supreme body, why change it? No one's convinced me there's a need to change it. No one has ever suggested, I certainly haven't suggested, that, depicted as some sort of old unionist by Murray, that there's a process to be followed and things can only happen from July onwards because of conference. I've never suggested that. And actually, because what I would do is what we did this afternoon. We discussed the issues the board had taken forward or not. And if people had been really opposed to it, they would have kicked the board's arses, wouldn't they? We can do that now. And that's the point. It is about control and influence and about accountability. And I think, if it isn't broke, I don't think this paper fixes it.
Do we have any speakers who have not contributed thus far who wish to have their voice heard? Alan, Jones? And then I'm coming to the GRP members. Donald first, and then along the panel in front of me.
Thanks, Jonathan.
So Alan, Don, ladies in front of me.
Yeah, good. I'll be brief. I wonder sometimes whether we're getting governance and management muddled, and I've seen the difficulties that organisations have got themselves into by muddling these, and sometimes people have needed to have been levered out with a crowbar because the organisation they started has not been able to change, and they've, as I say, got the two muddled. I also wonder whether we should be waiting till after we've heard Anya's paper to vote on this. I am worried, very worried about the future of this organisation, an organisation which I was in for 30 years last year, our branch closed for lack of membership and for lack of people willing to take leadership. I certainly would feel better about casting a vote on this after we've heard the views of one or two of our newer and oncoming members.
I said I'd go through the panel. Don McKenzie, do you wish to say anything at this time?
The BCNZ is resource poor and in both human and financial sense. We have to prioritise the workload. It's easy to continue to pour work onto the board and say, why haven't you done it? I think we have to be really reasonable about that. We have to be reasonable about what pressures the HQ are under as a consequence of that. The accountability of the board back to conference is captured in the word oblige, and we need to preserve universal franchise. So those are my comments.
Jolene?
Yeah, I guess I've heard quite a lot of comments that seem to imply that the changes that are proposed are likely to change what conference does and what its influence is. And I don't think that's true at all. I think as far as what is being proposed here, nothing will change in relation to conference. The purpose of these set of proposals, and there were a number of them, is to help us frame a constitution that has brought us a bit more into the modern era. Some of those aspects of our current constitution go way back, and because it's been quite difficult to change the constitution, they've just sat there. And what I'm hoping will come out of this is a new constitution which people can relate to more easily than the current one. And I doubt once we've got over this initial hump, I don't think we'll possibly see very many more constitutional changes, at least for some time. So that would be my hope. But we've got to take this first step in order to give us a structure that we can plan our constitution around.
Carolyn here. I think that it's really healthy. If we hadn't had this paper, we didn't have the panel, and we didn't produce a paper to present to conference today, and we had the discussion, it wouldn't be quite so enriching. And I think it's enriching that we are able to discuss these issues, because I wonder if we really would have discussed them without the paper. I note that we have spent quite a lot of time listening and talking about conference and people who can vote, and whether members can have postal ballot voting or not. And but there were other issues, and one of them I just wanted to ask people about was the suggestion about disbanding or disestablishing National Council and having representatives of branches. And I because I believe that people that can't come to conference, and I don't know if any of you have experienced, but I have experienced a time when, because of ill health, I wasn't allowed to come to conference. And I did listen to conference on stream, but I couldn't vote. And it was really important to me at that stage that I knew that I'd been to a branch general meeting and had, given ideas and voted at a branch level to tell somebody how to represent the branch at the conference. And we're not saying that we don't want that to happen in the future, but we do that via national councillors. Should we continue having national councillors, or should we disestablish national council and have representatives, from both branches and networks, and what would that look like? I think that's another issue that we haven't really discussed here today. I would like to hear some views about that, because it's really important that those people who cannot come to conference but can get to a branch meeting has an opportunity to have input on what will happen at conference. Thank you.
Anya?
Okay, Anya doesn't want to speak, but I think it's really important to notice that Anya is here as hopefully she's going to be the future person, one of the future people on Blind Citizens.
And we do have some speakers. Raylene, then Mike Stevens, and then Chrissy. Raylene.
Hi. I was really just seeking a point of clarification. As I said earlier, I'm fairly newly returned here, and I feel from my understanding of this paper, I think it's an excellent paper, and thank you very much to those people involved in that. I feel that I have not had time, because of the importance of this paper, to really give it sufficient sort of look into it as much as it to justify it. Also, we've had very little input from people in our area, so that doesn't help either. So my point of clarification that I wanted to, which I probably should know, but what exactly are we voting on, and are we voting on the things separately? Because I'm picking up on some things there that I would certainly support and some things that I wouldn't, and at the moment I'd probably just have to not vote at all because of my lack of understanding of the paper and the limited time that I've had. And I know part of that is my own fault through not reading some of the earlier articles. So if you could just clarify the voting process, please.
We're doing a bit of that as we go, Raylene. First of all, can I remind people that aside from the three major changes that Geraldine mentioned when she introduced this paper, it is what was distributed in June. Okay, first and foremost, it is what was distributed in June, apart from three changes. There are multiple recommendations in the paper. If we are to go through them one by one, it may take some time, but we will see how we go. Voting at this stage will not change the Constitution. It will give the very clear guidance to whomsoever the board contracts to develop or draft the Constitution where to proceed. There are some major fundamentals about board composition where argument in the middle of next year is not wanted. Okay, so there are some key fundamentals about board composition in particular, and other items, including the disestablishment of the role of National Council, etc. Those things are so major with our current rules that we do not want to waste effort developing a new constitution if there is not a clear steer coming from people at this meeting. So we will go through each of the recommendations so that a very clear binding steer is given for the drafting of the Constitution. Mike Stevens, you're next up. When you're ready, please.
Thank you.
I just have, thank you, Jonathan. You took quite a bit of the sting out of what I was going to say, but I have some concerns about management and governance and the muddling there, as was mentioned. Should be really quite a fine line. But I'm just harping back to the previous conference in Invercargill, where this organisation had got a scathing review from the Speaker about our constitution, about our governance. We need to do something. Do people remember back one whole year? We got a pretty hard time there.
Perhaps I should just mention there that the changes we have introduced are as a result of that address we had at conference, and we also received a document based on that, the speech that Graham Larkis gave. So we were very well aware of what he had to say.
Chrissy Fern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to put forward some views on what Carolyn was asking about the national councillors and branch representatives. And I do understand that this will include, the recommendation includes just establishing the National Council as a body. But I don't think it matters what you call the people that represent the areas, the members in the areas that they come from, whether they're branch representatives or branch national councillor, so long as they're doing that, so long as they are representing the members in their area.
Okay. I'm just having a quick look through the recommendations to see which ones have been canvassed fairly thoroughly. There was a Alan Jones, you suggested that you wanted votes deferred until after a presentation. That presentation is likely to happen on Sunday morning. And unless you get support from this meeting to defer voting, we're going to be doing it this afternoon. Are you prepared to move that we defer voting? And Alan?
Alan, just a moment. We're just getting the mic to you, please.
So, are you prepared to move that we defer voting and check for support from conference?
Yes, I would be willing to prefer to move that way, but I'd also wonder whether that discussion, that paper could be heard earlier.
I was hoping that we would discuss the paper about conference after people had had a chance to talk about conference over today and tomorrow.
Right.
So are you still prepared to try and test conference to see if you can get the vote deferred until Sunday?
Yes, I would, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a seconder to support Alan's initiative? That's Raylene. Yes. I think if we are to defer these votes until Sunday, you need to be very clear whether you are going to be available on Sunday to vote. The motion on the floor is to defer the votes on recommendations contained in attachment F from the governance review panel to Sunday morning. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No. And can we hear Auckland?
Auckland, how did you fare? They went no.
Hang on, I've got the mic.
I think the slight majority in the room that I'm in were in favour of deferring. And I think we're going to do a show of hands.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's almost unanimously no in this room.
Yeah,
there might have been one aye, one abstain. Okay.
So do people in this room the people who want to defer, are you calling for a show of hands? Otherwise, I'm declaring that motion lost. The people who are in favour of deferring. They've called it. Show of hands, please. Those people in favour of deferring votes on attachment F, please raise your hands and keep them in the air. You must be financial to participate in this vote. Hopefully the scrutineers will come back with the count to Rose and she will tell me when it is time to put down your hand. Auckland, I hope you're doing exactly the same thing and posting details for the pro deferral through the system.
Okay, we just keep your hands up, please. We
Up.
have a difference in numbers here in Wellington. So, and please don't forget the people at the front, they get to vote too.
People in favour of deferring, keep your hands up.
I'm sorry, people. We're having people put their hands down and then put them up, and that is
You
confusing.
actually have to keep them
I'm
up.
sorry, that really is confusing for everyone.
Are we online?
Can I have the scrutineers over here, please? Put your hand down, please, everybody.
Hands down, just for the moment.
No, we've got no agreement with the scrutineers here. We're going to do row by row. No, seriously, people are putting their hands up and down, and that is confusing the count. So can I do the row on the very far left of the hall? So the row that is facing the front?
My left. So
My
if
left,
you
the
are,
row facing the front
if the
on my
majority of
left.
people in the room are to your left, you are voting now. Put your hand up.
Right. So Paul, it is your row. Ellen, please put your hand down. Sorry. Right. Hands up the row on my left, which
Your
is
right.
your right.
The front, sorry. When she means row, she's meaning all the tables that are against the right-hand side of the room. Yeah. Yes. Daniel Phillips and everyone behind him.
Sorry,
Probably should call it a column. Okay, now that we've done the right column,
Yeah, just hold on, please.
keep going until Rose has said yes.
Right, you've got one of you, please come back here with your agreed count.
Right, now we will go to the middle column next.
No, just a moment, please, Jonathan.
When you are told.
Right. You can all put your hands down now in that column.
Well done for agreeing on the right column. Middle
now
column.
into the very middle.
Middle column. Middle column.
So if you're wanting to defer, right, we need to start again, please,
If
everybody.
you are voting to defer, people.
Right, sorry. Can we come back up the front? And we just had people putting their hands up after my scrutineers were halfway down the aisle.
Right.
Please.
If you are in the middle of the room, if you think you are remotely in the middle of the room, you won't have any power on your table. You won't have any power boards. That's one thing that you know about being in the middle of the room. You are now voting. If you wish to defer the vote on all recommendations in attachment F until Sunday, raise your hand and keep it up until you're told to put it down. If you wish to defer. I hope this is going easier in Auckland.
Okay, now
We
the
have
remaining and one up the front.
Now, if you are on the left-hand side of the room facing the front, left-hand side, and you wish to defer the vote until Sunday, please raise your hand. And have you got the piece? Okay, we have a consistent count after all that. All those in opposition to deferring the vote, that is, you want it done now, please raise your hands. Everyone.
What are we doing now?
The opposed? They were in favour, those people. Now you've got to do the opposed, remember?
That was so hard. You've managed to, what do you call it, Mary? Discombobulate. If you are, it means you've confused the scrutineers. If you are opposed and you want the vote to take place today, put up your hand now and keep it up.
Oh, and us.
Hand up until
if you're a
we said.
So can I just thank you, Auckland? So what I have in Auckland is we have 2 votes to move to Sunday and the rest of you to vote today. I just don't have the actual numbers of those of you voting for today. So Sophia, can you get those to me, please? Okay, thank you, got it. And there are people who are voting to.
The decision is to defer the vote until Sunday. 27 to 17.
Republicans have
We we will turn to attachment G, which is the second attachment that relates to GRP panel matters. Recommendations were put forward by the GRP, and the board response to those matters is before you. Looking for speakers on this topic, please. Hands, show of hands.
Right, so I have Bev Duncan in Auckland. Oh, Clive has a point of order.
You got a point of order, Clive?
Sorry.
I don't have a point. Somebody in Auckland has.
Ah, right. Can you hand the point of order over to that person then, please?
It's.
Yep.
And if you're in the room with me, raise your hands if you wish to speak. Point of order from Auckland, please.
You're rushing on. I'm not happy with the voting process that just took place. I'm very unhappy that it's going to be deferred till Sunday, and yes, that's a democratic right. Okay, but now you're not even letting us speak to the rest of the proposals, so you don't know what we think. Yes, the GRP have some idea what I think because I wrote to them. But I am concerned because this whole thing changes our constitution, and I think you should be giving us fair time to do so. I will not be there on Sunday for one, and this paper is dear to my heart, and I'm sorry if I'm rabbiting on, but I will not accept that you're going to just run roughshod over members who have put time and effort into this particular paper. Yes, we've written to GRP, but no way of conveying what we think to the whole conference floor.
Yep, fair enough, Bev. I think those people who have been disenfranchised because they won't be here on Sunday is harsh on those people. For those people who are still here on Sunday, we will be going through those recommendations one by one, and there will be an opportunity for further comment. So we're not just going to launch into vote this, vote that, vote the other. So people will have a chance who are present to speak about things. Bev, I now have to work out how to get through the rest of the agenda so that we have enough time on Sunday to give justice to those people who wish to speak. Given the will of Conference 2717, that's what I have to do now.
there were also some people who abstained in Auckland who have not been noted or given the opportunity to do so.
We didn't ask for abstentions, you're quite right. Does anyone wish to be noted as abstentions? Bev's point is perfectly valid.
Yep, we have 2 hands that I can see in Auckland.
There are 2 of you in Auckland. Anyone in the Wellington room wish to raise their hand as an abstention? None. Thank you, Bev. I hope everyone listened to Bev.
Anya would like to say.
7:17, Don's vote wasn't going to count for much. Yeah, I'm waiting for it.
Hi, it's Anya. I just wanted to clarify whether it's fine for Bev or anyone else who isn't here on Sunday to maybe tell someone else or write down something that they'd like to have said, and whether I don't actually know what the process is for, if you can only be at part of conference, virtually at conference, how you can have a vote. I know that this is obviously something we're trying to fix, something we're trying to fix with the paper, but it does seem somewhat arbitrary and rather unfair, so I don't know whether some sort of common sense can prevail in that particular case and have the vote passed to someone. And
under our current rules, there is no opportunity for proxy voting, except that people can influence the way their national councillor votes on behalf of the branch, and the way that their national councillor then speaks on their behalf. That's not much comfort, I expect, to someone who now has a day and a half to communicate with their national councillor who's not in the same city.
So I guess that would just be a point in terms of how what this paper is.
But I think at that point, maybe someone in Bev's condition, she could send her feedback to Rose or share it with someone in the room in Auckland to speak on her behalf on Sunday. I see no difficulty with a member bringing the notes of another member to this meeting. Unfortunately, I cannot allow or create an opportunity for some proxy voting to take place. Otherwise, we would have to have done it by constitutional change and offer it to every single member that's not at this meeting. So I can't make an exception for one individual.
So I think we have 2 hands. I believe we have. Can we clarify if we have someone in Auckland, please?
Wishing to speak?
Yes. No. Okay.
Sorry. My apologies. That was me bashing the mic.
And so we do have someone in Wellington, and it is.
We've lost.
Oh, we've got Lena.
Lena Coleman wishes to speak.
Yep.
Microphone to Lena.
Hi there. My query is whether we can move. Somebody else mentioned this as well. Whether we can move Anya's presentation off Sunday to give people a chance. Possibly I've spoken about this too late as the resolution's been passed, but I wondered whether there was any chance of moving Anya's presentation so that those who cannot be there on Sunday are able to participate. Thanks.
We have an hour and a half after tonight. It is officially time we broke. We have an hour and a half set down for deliberations after dinner tonight. We have an hour and a half set down for deliberations on Sunday morning. The wish of the mover of the resolution was to defer the voting until after Anya's paper. I indicated that that would probably be on Sunday morning. We can bring that forward to discussion after dinner. I would really like you to agree to that proposal with it, or disagree without it needing a show of hands exercise. And Rose keeps reminding me that I'm the damn chair. Just make a decision. So, she didn't use the word damn, I did. Right, you lot, we are discussing Anya's paper after dinner. I hope you're ready, Anya. Lovely. Okay, is that a happy compromise? You can affirm your views by clapping and leaving. Lovely. Just before you want to run, the President's half hour, Rose, is at the back of the room. No pushing and shoving because it doesn't start for 10 minutes. One of the things that we really hope that you read in the conference information that was sent to attendees was how you found the facilities. And so if you haven't found them, we probably know by now, but the toilets are in the corridor between reception and the bar, the main entrance foyer. There is an accessible toilet located just outside the conference door behind you and across the corridor on, say, a 10 o'clock angle at the corner. Okay, it's on this side of the corner. Now, the one important thing that we did not do was what happens if a fire alarm goes off. And you'd actually think that the board might have learned its lesson on this one, because a fire alarm did happen at the board meeting last time we met, and it was obvious that your board was going to burn if that had been a real fire. If a fire alarm goes off, order please. If there is a fire alarm, people in Auckland, I hope you know how to get out. People in Wellington, the emergency exits are to your left. There are doors on the left-hand wall. They go into a corridor. There are then doors that take you outside. There is a step from the corridor down onto paving stones. You are then outside. If for any reason you think that you would be unsafe moving from your chair, then please do not. That way, people who need to offer assistance will target the people who are sitting down and not taking care of themselves. If you stand up, you might be on your own. If you stay sitting, we will save you. I hope that's clear. If there is an earthquake, and tidal waves are actually possible in this part of Wellington, by the way. If there is an earthquake and you are able to get under the table, then please do so. And Vaughan, you've got your hand up. Would you like to meet your committee? Oh. Then you need to meet with them, please, and tell them. So, Resolutions Committee, if you can all come up to the front left-hand corner of the room as you see it. There is actually a way into a room just off the side over here that will give you some opportunity to talk without noise problems.
Can I just talk
Dinner? Dinner? Oh, dinner tickets. Dinner tickets, you made your menu selections. You will be handed a envelope with your dinner tickets in it. Do not lose it between now and your meal. You want to eat. If you have not been given one just yet, do not panic. They are named envelopes. We know who is here. Anything else you want to say?
Right. Yeah, it's Rosie. And just to add, the crew of volunteers are busily running around at the moment handing out the envelopes. Remember that for new people, what you need to do is when you go and you sit down in the restaurant for dinner, you open the little envelope and you take out the 2 tickets that are inside and you put them on the table behind your, like where you're sitting. Just put them on the table in front of you, and that will indicate to staff your menu choices. Okay? And if you have got little cards with special dietary requirements, remember to pop those on the table as well.
Okay, people, the session is closed. You need to be seated again promptly at 7:30. It looks like we've got a fun evening ahead of us. Stay off the jungle juice, but go and have a drink on me.
or at least they haven't opened it up from their end.
No, I think that's right. There's a big I think I've still got a couple in the box.
Yep. Yep.
Don, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, this is Josiah, the technician in Wellington. We're going to be starting at 7:45.
Sure. I'll just hang. Can I just hold on to this connection?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Great. I'll be back at 7:45.
All right. See ya.
Thanks. Thanks.
It might have been, yeah.
We would be in session if you could hear me. There we go. Welcome back, everybody. Obviously, we had some slight delays with feeding you. Feeding you is important. So is our discussion this evening. For anyone who hasn't caught up, there are some minor agenda changes, and we have brought forward the session to be facilitated by Anya Kelly Costello about what we want from conference. And that's enough from me. And you sound better than me. There you go. Keep talking.
Hi, everyone. It's Anya.
Thanks for the opportunity to present this. I am not going to do very much talking and mainly want to facilitate a discussion. To get us started, I wondered if we could just do a round about what we actually do like about conference. Given that we have limited time, I'll probably just take about 7 or 8 people and then cut it, sorry. But yeah, so to start us off, I think that we seem to pick venues with great food, and I also really like the conference, the proper conference dinner that has all the kind of awards and stuff. Hands, can I have hands up for things that you like about conference? And Rose will let me know.
So we've got toppings and short starters. So Thomas down the...
Yep, Thomas. Keep your hands up, please.
Okay, so where does one begin after a meal like that? I guess there's a whole host of things that I like about conference. One is obviously networking, catching up with people I probably haven't seen for ages. But the main thing I love about conference is hearing people's views, opinions on topics, what works, what doesn't work, what they, seeing some debate like we had in the previous session. We all have different views, but it's quite surprising sometimes, no matter where we come from, that we probably are all on the same page when it comes to accessibility, when it comes to rights, when it comes to all those sorts of things. So there's heaps of things I love about conference.
Awesome, thank you. Sean?
Well, people, I've been a member of what was DAB since 1960. So, and I've been to quite a few conferences, but I had to drop out of it because of my situation. But what I liked about it particularly is that you get to catch up with people, and not just at the meetings, particularly after the meetings and the social part of it, where I think a lot of the work actually gets done. And you can talk to one particular person and say exactly what you think is going on. What I missed about this one was that half of it was streamed. So you got people in Auckland. I grew up in that town and I couldn't mix and mingle with them. But anyway, it was great to catch up with people here in Wellington. And I say, it gives you an opportunity to catch up with people and meet new people too, which is valuable, and you can inculcate them the stupidity of joining ABC or otherwise. So that's conference to me. It's a wonderful experience.
Thank you. Do we have more hands? Good things about conference? Do a quick brainstorm. Cool. Yeah, we'll take that order, Renee. And then it will be Ina and Sina.
Hello, it's Ina here.
Oh, okay. Good mind. Yep.
And what I like about conference is actually catching up with people that I haven't seen. For example, I saw Andrea, and I haven't seen her for years. And it was really good to catch up with her. But also the learning curve that we have here. You can get things on email and blah, 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 blah. But, sometimes it goes in your head and out. And you can't take it in all the time because it's highfalutin. So here you get to understand more because other people speak about them. So it sort of, you get to understand what it's all about.
Thanks, Ina. Renee?
What I really like about conference is definitely the networking with other people. As a young person now, I think it's important to get to know others who've got similar problems to me and similar concerns and ideas. And also because this topic really, I thought that things like raising expectations or whatever the topic might be, it's really interesting to hear other people's views on those sorts of things. And I'm looking forward to hearing more of those tomorrow as well with the guest speakers.
Cool, thanks. Sina?
I was just thinking everybody else has taken my ideas, but it's all good. I was just thinking that for me, it's knowing that there are other people who are going through similar things to me. So sort of fighting the same kind of battles and stuff. And it's nice to be a part of a group that is doing that. So I really enjoy conference, and for all the other reasons that everybody else said that I couldn't say before. So yeah.
Cool. I'm going to cut that there just for time. So what I kind of captured out of that was that we like networking, shared experiences, catching up with people, the social aspect, conference being themed, learnings, getting work done informally, hearing people's views, and debate. And I wrote down my point about the food as well, because why not? Okay, so we'll spend the next maybe half hour or so, don't want to keep you any longer than necessary, talking about is just building on from what we do like about conference and what we do want to keep about conference. But also recognising that there are other demographics who maybe are not feeling as motivated to come to conference, or to be a little bit provocative to come back to conference after they've come once, because there are lots of people who do, for sure. But yeah, I do know people who have been and who don't come back for various reasons, and obviously not all of them are within our control. And some people might just not like conferences, no matter how you spin a conference, and I get that. But I think it's still an important conversation to have about maybe how we could make it more engaging. And, you know, so tonight I think it would be cool if we can focus on, rather than kind of, earlier we were having an important discussion about, you know, is it the supreme governing body? How does that sort of framework work? Rather than that quite so big picture, can we think about how else we could change up the program? What else could we do in a kind of a more practical sense? What could we include to sort of make it maybe more appealing to more people, but still have all that core of stuff that we like about it. So, and you know, making sure that it does uphold the sort of the governance functions that we want it to as well. So how I would like to divide that discussion, one of the ideas that I like floated in the paper that I can't remember which attachment right now. G, does anyone have G or H or something? You should have the paper in there somewhere, but was that instead of perhaps having a remits process, what if we could have a priority, like a draft work plan process that comes from the board? So my thinking around this was that what if we could have the board present some sort of strategic priorities plan before conference to branches, let branches and members feedback on it, and then that come to conference and there be half a day or so, something like that, where we actually break up into groups and we talk about it in that sort of more broken up style of session for a bit, and then come back together and get the feedback back in the room. My thinking around this idea was that we know that realistically the way that the board has to operate involves prioritising anyway. And if that's going to be the case, could we, as members, could we feed back more directly into that process? So that would include, I think, being able to say in the feedback, oh, we think that this thing should be on your list that's not on your list, which is kind of what the remits process, in a sense, is doing now. So putting that idea out there, if we could just have some discussion on that, I reckon, as a starter. And I want to have a discussion about a few things and then give you guys chance to share your ideas as well. So I'll cut this once we get to about 10 or 12 minutes just to keep to time. But yeah, could I have speakers, anyone who would like to speak to this? Hands up, please. Is that the only one? Cool. Anyone else want to speak to this? I'll just try and get a speaking order.
Brown and
Jonathan last and me
Cool.
last.
So we have Catherine, then we'll have Dave, then we will have Kylie, Paul, and Jonathan in that order. So could I have Catherine, please?
Speaking, Anya, I was trying to get my phone to work so I could write some notes, and what you just said about having like a small discussion group and feeding back was exactly what I was going to write down. So thanks for that. The other thing that I have been going through my mind as you started talking about conference and is thinking about the younger age group. Can we do something maybe to bring in, say, 15 to 20-year-olds or something to have maybe a youth focus one year? And I know that the majority of vision impaired people in New Zealand overall are older people, but it would be great if we could do a youth focus and get these people interested and meet them where they're at.
Thanks, Catherine. Noted that down. Dave?
Good evening. I am encouraged by the energy of this presentation, and I like the idea of a more engaging process, but at the same time, I want to suggest some caution that we not do that in a way that will marginalize those that may not be able to participate in that process. Thank you.
Could I just take clarification on that? Did you have any specific examples of people or groups that think that might be marginalized? My intention with putting forward this process would be that conference wouldn't be the only feedback mechanism, and that it would be available before conference to be able to get feedback as well. Does that cover your concern, or could you elaborate a little bit more, Dave?
Not quite.
Mm-hmm.
It may come close. I think that some platforms such as Zoom go very well to include a good many of us. However, there are, I think, a good many yet that platform will not include. I'm thinking about people that are primarily dependent on Braille as their medium.
Thanks. Would you like to make any particular suggestions of how we could include people who might not have ready access or might be less kind of forthcoming in providing feedback?
I don't think we're at that point yet.
Okay, thank you. Kylie?
Thanks, Anya. My approach is, I suppose, radical, if not traditional, because, well, it is traditional. if you follow strict parliamentary procedure, your discussion, a lot of it takes place beforehand so that your notices of motion, as they are called, actually show up as part of the agenda, and then you discuss them as part of the business of the conference. I'm wondering if it would be good to get the actual business out of the way as quickly and efficiently as possible and have educational workshops, other things that actually complement what we're doing. Yes, some of our presentations tomorrow will do that, but if we have a lot more interactive sessions, perhaps that will bring people in who wouldn't otherwise consider coming.
Thanks, Kylie. I completely agree. We'll move on to broadening the discussion out in a few minutes. So I've noted that, and we will talk about that. Thanks, Paul.
Yep, I'm with Kylie on this one. Really, I'm not. I can't think of much worse than sitting discussing priorities in small groups. Actually, because I guess the thing about conferences and you know, old-fashioned lefty trade union, whatever people want to say, you get a feeling for conference and a discussion that people are having. You know, how do you prioritise the things that different groups come up with? What carries more weight than the other? You don't know what the discussions were that led to particular things in groups. And I'm absolutely in favour of getting the business out the way, doing more educational workshops, more concurrent sessions, more interactive stuff. But really, you know, I mean, it sounds to me that we're talking about something that would be a bit like a Blind Foundation roadshow. You know, my problem with that is that everything seems to have equal weight. Well, you know, it doesn't all have equal weight, and if groups all come up with different stuff, how do you get any more prioritised? I guess at least with a remit or remits, you know, they either get supported or they don't, and it's very easy to tell from a remit the mood of conference. So I'm absolutely in favour of, say, concurrent sessions, more interactive, more education stuff, but the idea of kind of discussing some sort of priority list just doesn't do it for me.
Thanks, Paul. Noted that. Jonathan?
I had the privilege of chairing the board through the first explicit prioritisation exercise. And if there's any board member in the room who actually thinks they got what they wanted before that discussion started as the set of high priorities, I suggest they could put their hand up now, because no one got what they wanted. Prioritisation is not a simple thing. You need to know what the opportunities are as well as what the desires are, and making sure that that you end up doing having a set of priorities that are going to hopefully span the widest set of interests of people in our communities ends up being important. I'm not saying we got it right first time. In fact, I rather suspect that anyone who thinks we got it right the first time needs to think again, because we learned from that exercise, and maybe we can look down the list and go, next time we'll do it a bit different. We'll see what happens. But we gave it a go. It's not an easy exercise to engage in unless you are really fully informed. And I don't think people who come to a conference want a 300-page briefing document before they get here so that they actually can make an informed decision. I think the remit process is extremely invaluable in that someone somewhere within our membership had an issue that they managed to garner support on at their branch or a meeting, and eventually Kylie called it a notice of motion for Parliament. Well, that's what the remit process does. It gives everyone around the country a chance if they can engage. It's certainly not a perfect process, but I'm very loathed that we dispense with something that is working for a section of our membership in favour of something that would only work for a different section of our membership. So rather than thinking to replace, I would rather see ways to augment what we do. And for sure, when I spoke to the Wellington branch in mid-August, I acknowledged that I was the youngest person in the room, but one. One person in the room was younger than me. And
it was George Taggart's dog. But you know, sitting around in meetings of that kind may well not appeal. We just need to find a different way to get groups of people together in a space that suits them. That might not be a physical space. It might be an online environment. It might be, you know, 8 o'clock at night instead of 2 o'clock in the afternoon on a beautiful day. We've got to find ways that get people to want to talk about issues, because no matter what, I don't care how old the blind person has ever been, you give them a chance to talk, or her, you give them a chance to talk and they'll talk, right? And it's the opportunities that are missing for some people out there, because this is working for those of us who are here and those of us who keep coming back. I acknowledge that. I think the prioritisation needs to be left to the people you trust to prioritise with the greatest amount of knowledge. And I would put the onus of that on the board, whereas in other organisations that would be left to management. But in the end, someone has to do it, and it's not easy. It takes a long time, and it's not easy to get right.
Thanks, Jonathan. We have next Helen Jones and then George.
I note a few minutes ago, people talked about a roadshow. My preference is to call it a circus, and I'm not sure if I'm going to go to the circus this year. I cringe about small groups, and I think it's an age thing. DPA and various other organisations had small groups for 40 years, and we're still dealing with some of the issues. But I also realise that it's something that I should not deny younger members, because getting together to talk about the issues they've got is very, very important. So somehow I as an older person, have got to find some way around that.
Thank you. George?
I think there's a missing element, and the missing element is passion. I used to belong to the Scottish National Party 100 years ago, and I gave it away when the leader of the party wanted to talk about, and she was English, by the way, no offence to any English people here, but all she wanted to talk about was whether the kilt should be worn 2 inches above the knee or on the knee. And that's why I gave it away. But fortunately for Scotland, they've got a bit more fire in their belly now. And I think they talk about real things. And whether you're young or you're old, there are things we have in common, and it's us against the rest. That's what it's about. Thank you.
Thanks. We have 2 more speakers, and then I'm going to respond at that point. Amanda and then Vaughan.
Hand up, Amanda.
Amanda, could you put your hand up, please?
Thank you. Amanda speaking. Just on a purely practical note, I've been in many sessions over several years in the breakout and workshop type groups, and I think we're at risk of marginalising those with hearing impairments. The dual sensory loss, it's just a babble, and the voice becomes less. And what I love about conference is that we have the opportunity, whether we take it or not, to speak and be heard by all present. So I wouldn't like to see anybody marginalised in that process because of dual sensory loss. Thank you.
Thanks, Amanda. Vaughan?
Thank you. 2 things. Because I'm a fan of conference in ways similar to others, perhaps it's 3 things. The second thing is that our conference in the blindness communities internationally is quite a remarkable entity. It is small. The
there are moments of real intimacy across our conferences, and people over time develop the courage to say what they have to say. And I am of a similar view to the President regarding the usefulness of remits as a means by which conference actively influences the direction of the organisation. And as a branch chairman and national councillor, and having had other roles over the years, remits for me is the best part of the general meeting process for our branch. But I think the reality is that rather than a prioritisation list that's circulated and discussed and stuff, we develop our mechanisms which say to somebody who is in Oamaru and not part of a network or a branch, but who has a membership with the association, while we still have members, put it out there. Some of how we behave is quite intimidating if you're quite isolated, and it's fun for those of us who are involved. And I think that we possibly just need a more dynamic approach to remits. We've got another discussion which actually possibly suggests that they should be sorted according to certain criteria, but we need to keep the conference as a grassroots entity that doesn't get spread like some of the big conferences of other similar organisations, and where people with enthusiasm and passion participate virtually or on site.
Thanks, Vaughan. I'll just respond a little bit at this point. It's been definitely good to get the sense in the room that it's really important to look at the fact that small group sessions can be isolating for people, and that they don't necessarily, that weighting them between each other is difficult. And equally that it's useful to hear what the whole room thinks. I guess that some of the downside, to play devil's advocate a little bit, would be that sometimes the sessions can feel, I think they can feel quite kind of long, and that it can feel quite hard to participate if you haven't read quite a lot of information in advance. And that while I think it's been good this year, we've seen a few more people maybe speak than my recollection last year was that it was maybe a slightly smaller group speaking. There's definitely still quite a few maybe not doing that as much. And so I think it's important that we come up with mechanisms that make it easier to have your voice heard. That doesn't necessarily mean speaking to a room just because that works for some people. And yeah, just also on the remits thing, I wonder if we can, consider, I'm not quite sure if there are guidelines around it now, if something's changed between last year and this year. But I think it's just important that we recognise, obviously, that the board is gonna do its prioritising thing, and if it already has 40 or however many, items on its work program, is it worth maybe putting forward some sorts of, like, it would be good if you check your remit against these criteria, maybe not necessarily stop it from coming through if it doesn't meet them, but make it clear that the chances of it making it any higher than sort of, if we see an opportunity, we'll take it status, might not be very good under certain conditions, or whether something like that could happen. Because of time, I'm going to just stop that there if we can and just go on to a couple of other ideas. So I think there seems to be a general sense that doing some breakout or concurrent sessions could be quite good. Maybe having members propose topics that they'd like to discuss with other members. That could be someone presenting for people to be able to, learn learn about some piece of technology or maybe tips and tricks for cooking or whatever it might be, and to be able to share ideas in a sort of a less formal forum sort of setting, that could work quite well and help break up the day. So could I get any sort of ideas on this topic? Do we think that's a good idea? Would that be a good use of 2 or 3 hours, maybe about half a day of conference? Yeah, so if people have got thoughts on that, can you put your hand up? Thanks. Yeah. Yeah. I'll take Renee, and then it'll be Carolyn Weston. And then Kylie.
So I was thinking perhaps I do like the idea of splitting off and doing different topics. I was wondering about themed type topics. For instance, in the theme of raising expectations, this year's theme, I was thinking perhaps there could be a group thing on employment or on tertiary education. Perhaps there could be some topics within the theme so that we could keep it themed so we know what we're going to expect, but then have individual smaller topics within that theme.
Thanks, Renee. Noted that. Carolyn Weston.
Yeah, I also like the idea of keeping to a theme, and the last speaker suggested a good thing. I also wondered maybe on a Friday evening, I know we have the conference dinner on a Saturday evening, but, you know, to lighten up a little bit of topic and yet still relate it to our concerns in that maybe we could have maybe an hour or half an hour debate, which I mean like a proper debate, and maybe you'd have a group of 3 people or 4 people, and you could have a topic such the benefits of learning Braille, but you would have the people who were really passionate about learning Braille actually talking about it on the negative side, and those who didn't know much about Braille talking about it in an affirmative, so that people could be prepared and they would come with a different perspective to what they actually had, because that's quite entertaining as well as being informative, and just something that you could do at the end of the day, just to sort of break the ice, but also give people different perspectives. And at the end of the day, you don't have to have who won the debate, or you could do, but you don't have to. It's just a matter of talking about something that's really important, but also in a lighter vein.
Yeah, thanks for that. That's a cool suggestion. Kylie?
Thanks, Anya. I like the debate idea because it's a skill builder, and that really is what I'm interested in. We have an organisation which needs to go into the future, and one way to do that is to keep building capacity. So I think part of conference needs to be devoted to building skills, building leadership skills, building communication skills, building debate skills, for instance, help you argue a case effectively. And more in this modern world, we are being asked to communicate succinctly, clearly, and we don't get the chance to do that unless we actually engage in these sorts of things. And I think if we want to have a green and growing organisation, we need to keep building our skills.
Thanks, Kylie. Cool. So at this point, I would like to just open it up a little bit more widely to give you guys an opportunity to put ideas out there. We have, how long do we, 5 minutes maybe?
9.
9? Okay, if we go right to 45 minutes, we've got 9 minutes. But if you guys have ideas that you'd like to share, we probably don't have too much time to respond heaps to them, but share away. Yeah, hands up, please. How can we make conference more engaging, empowering, informative?
Cool. Anyone else? Cool. So we've got Murray, then Thomas, and then Jonathan. Oh, and La in Auckland, who I'll put after Murray.
Thanks, Sonia. It's Murray speaking. I just had two quick thoughts to pop out there, just for people to think about. The first one is the cost of attending conference. We've actually got things set up in such a way, and Rose has got this down pat, organising these conferences really well. And I think in some ways the cost is a big factor that prevents people from coming. And I've heard people talk about, oh, it's only the elite blind that can afford to go to conference. So without wishing to go into that argument, I'm just putting it out there that perhaps we could think about ways that we may be able to reduce the cost a little bit of conference without necessarily detracting from the experience. So that's the first suggestion. The second one is about the timing of conference. And I wonder if we really need to think about something where we may meet on the Friday and the Saturday and call it quits at the dinner on Saturday night, because I've heard so many people bemoan what happens on Sunday morning, those of us who actually turn up for it. Some people don't make it, and that's because they party a lot on the night before. And if everyone finds it so blimmin' difficult on the Sunday morning, maybe we should just call it quits on the Saturday night and just organise the timing around that.
Thanks for that, Murray. La?
Can I share the experience I have in the Pacific Disability Forum in the past 15 years, growing the forum from a network to having a tight organization requires having space for many diverse voices. So the practicality of having conference every year, that is a burden. So we had to look at biennial, that's every 2 years, but make it a conference that has one general forum, conference focused on youth, one for women with disabilities, and a general one for everyone to come together. And that requires a few days, not just cram it into, an annual time frame. Something to consider if you want to encourage leadership to grow from youth. They have to have space to speak, share, and that has to also go down to branch level. So if you want to have youth, you could have a space for youth at branch levels too.
Thanks, La. Can you just elaborate a little bit on, were they 3 separate events, or was it like you'd come early if you wanted to go to the youth one, for example?
They all happen in a space of within a week. And you have a conference for youth, and then a conference for women, and a general conference for everyone. And you have a general outcome statement after each conference, so you have following a theme. So it's rather using like a UN format rather than the resolutions, committees, and so forth.
Thanks for that, La. Thomas?
I'll try and be brief because both Murray and La picked up on a couple of points I was going to raise. But someone will be aware that Martine, Paula and I have just come back from WBU, and theirs is over basically 3 days. There are a number of concurrent sessions, but when you start doing that, you start adding costs because you're having to have more spaces, you're having to extend the length of conference unless you give up on some of the other topics that conference is known for. And I think there's great value in having some of those sessions, and I think being able to have some of our younger and not so younger people lead some of those discussions or talk about how issues for them in a particular environment is great. But when you have concurrent sessions, and obviously there's a debate, which one am I going to go to? So all I'd say is that I think possibly biennial conferences may end up being an option, but still having to obviously have their AGM, but also there needs to be more happening back in branches and regions where people can come together.
Thanks, Thomas. Jonathan?
My only comment is that this exercise serves the people who are in the room. And at some point we need to find out what Blind Citizens New Zealand is not offering the people who are not our members that benefit from the work we do and would benefit from being part of the discussion in whatever format we can manage to give them a chance to actually speak up. Because I go back to my point, I've never met a blind person yet who doesn't want to tell me about how it is for them. And it's the opportunity that's missing, and this opportunity doesn't necessarily work for everyone. So somehow, I want the exercise that you're doing now to be done with people who aren't here. And whether they're our members who can't get here for one reason or another, or they're not our members, we need to know, if we want to make changes that are actually going to be worthwhile, we need to know what those people want. Because looking around the room, 90% of us have already decided we're coming back next year. You know, we've bought into this process, we're here. And it's the people who aren't here that I want to know why not, where are they, when are they coming? That's me.
Thanks, Jonathan. I wondered whether, so I'll take Martine, but I wondered, I don't know if you can, but I think Hannah has been doing some work talking to members, and I don't know if, are you here, Hannah? Yes. Are you allowed to talk about your general observations in an informal sense from that work? Right, okay. Well, I guess, yeah, so I think... It's
coming to the board.
Oh.
That's fine.
Okay, Hannah would rather...
For everyone's benefit, Hannah's project will come to a conclusion, and the board is expecting a report from someone at National Office about where that is, and I'm sure that the larger findings will be shared. Okay, they're not going to be kept a state secret. This is our organisation that we're trying to benefit.
So yeah, I think that was basically Hannah talking to pretty much all of us, but members and non-members, about various aspects, I guess, of engagement with the organisation. Yep.
Hasn't finished
Okay.
yet.
Continuing to do that. Yeah. Okay, Martine, and then we're going to have to stop.
Yes, everybody. I'm very keen to make a point around getting more people to conference and using funding sources out there without selling our soul. Like, we don't want to say to someone, you pay and you come and present and it's dead boring. So I'll name 3 examples of what the World Blind Union and Blind Citizens Australia have done over a number of years, so that they can get funding, external funding, and then they use that funding to get, so the people come to conference and the funding goes towards getting more people to conference, because I think it's when you meet people for the first time or haven't, don't have the money or whatever, you actually get a different kind of person there. So you actually get a mixture of the usual suspects like us, plus new and other potential members. So 3 examples is World Blind Union had a very serious meeting and they wanted to break it up a bit. So they had L'Occitane come and talk about, a very short talk about how they started their cosmetic business, fragrance business, and with Braille on it. And of course, then there was the opportunity to to look at the products and buy it. So it's a bit of an aside. It's combining Braille with fun. The other thing that is happening, for instance, a new agency coming into New Zealand like IRA, which has got to do with how you get print information or other digital information described to you. Some of you do it through Be My Eyes or Seeing AI. So again, you get a company like that to basically pay for attendance and use that money. So they will present, not for too long, but of course then they can demonstrate, and then you use that money for getting more people to conference. And the last example is what I thought was quite clever, because again, it's telling people about something that they didn't know was available. When Vanda Pharmaceutical started with research into a non-24 sleep-wake disorder, which is a condition many of us might have without knowing it. I suppose they try to stick a label on it to make sure that there is a medication for it. Often when people lost their sight, when they had sight and they lose their sight totally, then their circadian rhythms get screwed up, and once they wake up, they can't fall back asleep, or they fall asleep get tired during the day. So they had that agency come to talk about the progress, and that agency, of course, it's a huge pharmaceutical company. People did not have there wasn't an expectation that you'll buy or invest. It was really to tell people that even the good news, many people think they've got diagnosed with things like mood disorders or things like that. And in the meantime, it's a proper sleep disorder that can actually, more people wanted to talk about that because they realized they're not the only one. So that's just an example, because I think to get more people in the room and to get outside funding in a creative way is important.
Thanks, Martine. Okay.
Clive's eating into our...
So Clive has his hand up, but I think I am supposed to stop the session. Clive, can you be very brief?
$5 says no.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I think just one extra way that might make it attract more people to come to conference is much more advertising in advance, but that means setting the program 3 or 4 months out. So even when we're encouraging people in Auckland, for example, to come to this event experience in Auckland for the first time, and I mean, we don't have many first-time attendees, but you know, without being able to say, well, what's the program going to be? It's just an extra hurdle to get people across. So if we had a program 3 months out and there were interesting things on that program, I think that would make a significant difference to attracting people's attention.
Thanks, Clive. And that was making me think as well. Sometimes those little practical things, and even today I was wondering, you know, can we make a rule about every 2 hours just making sure we have a bit of a break, or just things like that. It was good that Jonathan got us to stand up. Cool. So I'll pass back over to Jonathan. Thanks for engaging in the discussion. All the points have been written down, and I will try and get a summary to the board. Does that work?
Sounds good.
Yeah, that sounds good to Jonathan, apparently. Cool. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Anya. Look, I think it's important that we acknowledge that there's a hole there. Don't go down it. That Anya started this, and there's nothing to stop anyone within our membership wanting to start something in the same way. At the last board meeting, we considered a proposal from a member who couldn't draft a remit. So it ended up being a letter to the board. And the board dealt with it because what they wanted was in keeping with what Blind Citizens New Zealand has espoused over the years. And this afternoon we heard several people not quite volunteer to do something, but at least come up with a way to be involved. And I would encourage every one of you that has a pet baby issue that you want to do some work on to find a way to make that happen. And is it Kennedy? We'll paraphrase, shall we? Ask not what Blind Citizens New Zealand can do for you. Ask what you can do for Blind Citizens New Zealand. So thank you, Anya. Unfinished business, right? Yeah, good stuff. Okay, people, you asked that the voting on the resolutions to attachment in attachment F be deferred until after that discussion. We are now at that time. When I summarise the recommendations in attachment F, there are 4 issues, and then there is a 5th heading not called issue, it's called transition. So issue 1 is the Supreme Governing Body. Issue 2 is board reform. Issue 3 is National Council and National Council laws. Issue 4 is universal voting rights. And it doesn't say issue 5, but let's call it transitional arrangements. I said I would entertain people speaking on the issues before we voted. But then again, there are a few people who've already had a good go at some of these issues, and I would ask those people to exercise some restraint. So if we can make sure we don't try and re-litigate things we've already had a go at. Is there any new speaker that wishes to speak on issue 1 before the recommendation from the governance, the GRP, is put to a vote? Any speakers, Auckland or Wellington?
No.
There are none. There are no speakers. Sorry, that's me. There are no speakers, so we are about to have a vote. Rose, I'd like you to read the recommendation. I understand that the second one in issue 2 is going to be longer, but let's just do this one first. Issue 1, recommendation, please.
So this is the resolution?
Yes.
That the term Supreme Governing Body to describe our AGM and conference be removed from the Constitution and replaced with the following clause. The annual general meeting and conference enables members from throughout the country to come together to share our lived experiences of blindness and express our views on the issues that restrict our ability to enjoy equal rights with those in the sighted community.
Need someone to move?
Oh, there's more.
Oh.
Sorry, I needed to turn the page. The collective and informed decisions we reach as an outcome of such discussions thus gives Blind Citizens New Zealand the mandate to speak on our behalf and obliges the board to act in a manner consistent with this mandate.
We need a mover, please. I need a name. Brian. Thank you, Brian. A seconder. I'll take Murray first by a whisker. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. I believe that's passed. Auckland, are you going to argue?
No,
No, they agree. So
yes, thumbs up, La.
Thumbs up, thanks, La. Issue 2. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on the topic of board reform?
Yeah, no hands. Yeah. Yep, no hands.
There are no hands going up. Rose, I need you to read the resolution, please.
Right.
Or the recommendation.
Mm-hmm. That the following package of board reforms be adopted, and these are all bullet points. Bullet point, a 3-year term of office for all board members, including the National President. Bullet point, the elimination of extraordinary elections. Bullet point, the shedding of 2 member-at-large positions on the board, leaving a board of 7. Bullet point, an annual election for 2 out of the now 6 member-at-large positions. Bullet point, the optional appointment, bracket co-option, close bracket, of a maximum of 2 Blind Citizens New Zealand members to the board for a period of any length but not exceeding 2 years. Bullet point, the World Blind Union representative to be an appointed rather than an elected position, with the WBU representative being co-opted to the board for the term of their appointment unless the appointee is already an elected member on the board.
Are you moving, Daniel, or wishing to speak? Daniel's moving. Seconded, Brian. No speakers? We've already given that chance.
Just want a bit of our history.
You wishing to speak, Daniel? Yes, and then I think I've got Raylene wishing to speak as well.
Yes.
It's just a bit of a history. I think if you look back to the remits presented, I think it was in 2007 when Kathy Dixon was the chairman of the Rotorua branch. I think that year we put a remit forward to change the period from 2 to 3 years. And the feedback I got when I got back from wherever I'd gone to, they just simply, they were told, not on your life. And I'm glad it's here now, and that's why I moved it.
Thank you. Raylene?
I just had a question about the appointment of the World Blind Union representative. Appointed by whom? I'm presuming it's the board, is it?
All other positions are appointed by the board. So the only, I think it's implicit.
Yeah, thank you.
Going to Vic.
Yes, well, the people who are co-opted onto the board, I believe in the democratic process of people elected. So, I mean, when these people are going to be co-opted on the board, they're going to be having the voting rights. So how does that work with the board being elected with 7 members? Then you're able to co-opt 2 other people onto that board? So you're back to where you have, can you explain that to me?
Yes, there is potential for the board with 7 elected plus 2 co-opted members to be exactly the same size as the board you have today. So I'm not sure what more explanation I can offer, Vic.
Well, that's just the point I was trying to make. I don't agree with that.
Okay.
I mean, if the people who are going to be co-opted onto that board, they should be there in an advisory capacity only. If you're looking for the skills you want to be on the board, that's all you're going to be doing. That we elect the people onto this board we give them the right to vote on our behalf there. So the people who are co-opted, they should only be there in an advisory capacity only. That's what I disagree entirely that those co-opted people should be automatically be given voting rights, and thank you.
It's within the bounds of possibility that a constitution could define voting rights for any co-opted member. Could. It can, yeah, it could. We would have to do it. Geraldine, are you wishing to speak?
Yeah, I think it's important to note that co-option is an optional process. You would only co-opt members to the board if they had a particular skill that you needed for a particular length of time. And those people can be very valuable. And we talk about members being elected to the board. Well, let's face it, it's taken us, we haven't had a full complement of members for ages. We're still one short. So I think we have to, I think we have to realise that co-option is a way of actually getting the skills there that we need.
Just to point out, we also have co-option in our current constitution, and anyone who, under the current constitution, if there was a co-option, they would have full voting rights. The difference at the moment is that it's conference that decides co-option, not the board. We think you want to speak, Clive.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to point out that with the Blind Foundation, if it's anything we want to emulate, co-option on that board is limited, but there are a number of restrictions on it in terms of, for example, you can't be co-opted if you just failed in an election. There's some other restrictions too, like you can't be the chair of the board if you're co-opted. But I think the general principle behind co-option is that you are very much a member of the board during the time that you are on the board, and the primary reason for it isn't just for a skill. In fact, personally, I'm less inclined to agree to co-opting someone because they have a particular skill. Because if you want a lawyer or you want a financial whiz kid or something, you can professionally just engage that person and pay them for their opinion. But it's more perspective that I think is important on the board. And so if, for example, you're concerned about improving representation or encouraging a particular ethnic group, or maybe in our case a particular sort of sub-disability to have more profile, then one way you might do that is to co-opt somebody to bring that perspective to the board. But it's only going to be for a finite period of time. So it doesn't become, the end game, it's the start game. And we've had this debate even in the Blind Foundation's, with respect to the Blind Foundation's constitution. So I don't think we should be afraid of co-option, but I think boards should use it wisely, use the idea of co-option wisely, and be quite clear that when they are bringing somebody onto the board, if they have the power to co-opt, being very clear about what that person is expected to bring to the board in the way of perspective or skill, if that's the issue. And like I said, it is for a finite period of time. And under these proposals, it would be for a maximum of 2 years, which is not a full term. I think in the Blind Foundation you can go 2 full terms or something. Don't quote me on that, but it's much longer. So I think it's not something that we should be too afraid of, but it would only be used when there actually is real benefit to the organisation.
Anyone else? We have no other speakers. It's been moved, seconded. All in favour of the board reforms as proposed, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. I think that's passed. Anyone want their opposition noted?
There's 2 or 3. Are we still on, Sophie?
Yes, you are on, Clive.
There's 2 or 3 no's up here, Mr. Chairman.
Do they want to be noted?
Bev, Shirley, I think. Is there another one? Those are the two I can hear.
Right, thank you. Paul, Paul Brown, were you wanting yours noted? No, okay. Right, issue 3. Now I'll get Rose to read out the recommendations first, shall I? This is the National Council and councillors.
3 is the National Council.
Yes, please.
Oh, sorry. Right, number 3, that National Council be disestablished as part of our governance structure.
That was pretty succinct.
Yes.
Someone wish to move so we can get on to that's Paul Brown. Seconded. Maria, thank you. Discussants.
Right, we've got Paul and Catherine in Auckland. So Paul Brown here, Catherine Stevenson in Auckland.
Paul, you're obviously speaking for. We'll go to Catherine and then I'll ask for more. Paul.
This is one I do agree with, but I want to add something for us to think about, which is I'm in favour of getting rid of National Council, but I want our constitution to have a special general meeting capability. I think National Council isn't working. Lack of branches mean that there's actually more members of the board on the National Councillors, and we could rejig it and play about with it, but actually I'd be much happier. I think it's much more democratic if our new constitution had a mechanism for members. We talked about accountability before, for members to be able to hold our now new, supreme, super executive, whatever we want to call it, because that's what I think we've now got. The only way we can attempt to hold that accountable, and now that we've also got it as an SGM, in my opinion. So I support this, but I make it really clear it's with mine is with a provision that the new constitution, and I'll be pushing for it, has provision for an SGM as a way of holding our now super duper board accountable in some way, shape, or form.
Catherine in Auckland.
Yes, Catherine here. I've just kind of got a query really, and a thought to make sure that this wouldn't mean branches wouldn't get represented at the national level. Branches and their views wouldn't get represented.
Within the discussion, it talks about branch representation. So
I thought that's what the National Council was.
So the branch representation would still exist, Catherine, but the idea of it being through council and councillors would not.
Okay.
Clive?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I was going to comment on one thing while you were discussing that, and now that's been dealt with. I want to echo Paul's sentiment about the mechanism that we would need, that it would be useful, I think, to have a mechanism for members to stand up and be counted if there is a major kind of meltdown in the organisation that needs to be sorted, because that can happen. Think back, several years we've had meltdowns between us and the Blind Foundation. And at least in the Blind Foundation, there is a mechanism. It's quite a difficult mechanism, but it is a mechanism that that can be used to call the board to account even between official annual general meetings. And I think we need to think about something similar, in especially if we don't have a national council that can be convened like I believe is still the case.
Okay, we've noted the very clear intention that people, two of you at least, want an SGM feature. Anyone else? Going to the vote now.
Oh, we've just got a hand up.
Oh, just in time. Who is it?
Bev McCulloch.
Bev McCulloch. special general meeting as against A for annual general meeting. There we go.
That's it.
Thank you. We won't have any more TLAs. 3-letter acronyms, come on. We're going to the vote. We have a mover, we have a seconder, we are voting. All those in favour of the disestablishment of National Council. Do you want the actual text read again? Right, we know what we're voting on. All those in favour of National Council going, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? I declare that sufficiently passed. Issue 4. Yes, Mr. Brown. Point of order with that man needing a microphone.
Thank you. I would like us I'd like to propose we have an indicative vote on any new constitution have provision for a special general meeting. So I move that.
He's formally moving that any new constitution shall have provision for special general meetings. Kylie is seconding. Is there any discussion on that? Geraldine has got her hand up. I'll give you a right of reply, Mr. Brown.
Yeah, just the first paragraph in the explanation it goes on to say that you can hold a meeting, either the board or a majority of branches and networks can call for a meeting to be held. So, I mean, it's the actual stipulations that the rules have that in there is already sort of written up. So just pointed that out.
I think there's a difference being expressed between it could and it will. Mr. Brown, would you like anyone else before Mr. Brown has his good right of reply? No one. Mr. Brown.
Yep. With respect, really, it doesn't really matter what the explanation says. It's what we're actually voting on that counts. And so, that's why I put it forward. I think we've had the arguments. It's there in sentiment. That may be right, but I'd like conference to vote on and actually make it clear that we expect any new constitution to have provision for a special general meeting.
Does anyone wish to speak in opposition? Rightio, we're going to a vote. All those in favour of... Anyone opposed? All right. It looks like there will be provision. I call that carried, even if not unanimously, enthusiastically, and in good timing. Right. Can I go on with issue number 4 now? Universal voting rights for constitutional changes. Rose, can you read the text, please? Issue 4 is universal.
Right. Number 4 is that the term branch national councillor be replaced with the term branch representative.
Someone like to move that? I'll take Carolyn and Daniel. And is there anyone wishing to speak? Because there's no national council anymore. You can't have a national councillor.
Right, so you've got.
If the word counts, the term national council law exists in the current constitution for branches. Networks have a network representative. So yes, it includes network representatives with it by implication. It doesn't take away anything from networks to change.
Can we have hands and mics, please?
Do we need that after we just move forward?
Excuse me, Mr. President,
some hands. If people actually want to speak to the specific motion, hands up, please.
Yeah. Otherwise, people in Auckland won't hear, and people using the hearing loop are going to miss conversation.
No one wants to?
No.
Oh, you've all gone shy. The recommendation is that the term National Council be replaced with branch representative. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Well, that's better. Opposed? Carried. Can we go to issue 4 now?
No. Catherine, yes.
Can we go to issue 4 now?
Yes.
Permission to go to issue 4 now? To do with you? No, it's recommendation 5 under the heading of issue 4.
Right. Resolution number 5, that a vote to alter our constitution in future be open to all financial ordinary members of Blind Citizens New Zealand.
Moved, Daniel, seconded. Sorry. Alan, thank you. Speakers? The mover has suggested we put it to the vote. No speakers wishing, so I shall put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Yes, Mr. Brown.
I'll declare that carried. Do you want your opposition noted? No, good man. Saves on ink when the printing gets done.
Yeah, there's a couple.
And where? The transition?
There's resolution 6. Resolution 7.
They're under issue 5. Right? Point of order, Mr. Brown.
I would like to pick up on it, and I'm not quite sure I've got a form of wording, and maybe it's the Conference Resolutions Committee, I'm not quite sure. But I think that earlier on, Clive made a number of really salient points on this issue about time periods and how this should work and how it shouldn't work like it does in something like the Blind Foundation, some issues around that. And again, it's hard to come up with a form of words than we did about special general meetings. I accept that. But I guess with the Willa Conference, I would like us to put a marker in the sand, given that we've moved to accept individual voting, that we have something that talks about how that process, how we expect that process to work more than we have here from the Governance Review panel.
So can I address your point of order then, please, Paul? I believe that has already been picked up by the Resolutions Committee. Yep, so you can hold them to account when they report back, please. For anyone not using or not hearing Paul, he's accepted that. Right, the other resolutions are under the heading of transitional arrangements.
Do you want one at a time? Or both together?
The first one is they all stand down.
Okay, so
one at a time.
Resolution 6, that a revised constitution be made available to all financial ordinary members in their preferred format in the first half of 2019 prior to a ballot being conducted.
Can I suggest, with the will of conference, that that might form the basis of what the Resolutions Committee comes up with and extends it to make sure that it also includes the engagement discussions and in some way to make sure that it isn't just well, here's a constitution, now vote on it exercise. So I think that's what is wanted. So I'm suggesting we pass that one over for a moment. Well, for a day. So Vaughan, that's in your... Yep.
It's Rose here.
Graham Markey's called it showering gifts on the board.
Can I just give you some audio description? Vaughan put his forehead in his hand and said, "Thank you very much." Okay, number 7, Jonathan.
Yes, please.
That all members of the board stand down in 2019 prior to the 2019 election.
Geraldine, you want to go back to the one that is already going to the Resolutions Committee? Hang on, I've got people wanting to do different things. Geraldine, I'm not clear which topic you want to talk on, which is going to the resolutions committee, and we'll come back. Give the woman a microphone, please. Geraldine.
This is the one, of course, about the members receiving a revised constitution in the first half of next year. But there was an explanation in there that the first thing that would happen would be that the constitution would go out to those who were prepared to take a critical look at it and pick out all its flaws and have a big discussion about it. And then we'd send it for a legal review. And only after that, it would go out to the general membership to have a look at. So, I mean, there is quite a process there. So I don't think you should sort of ignore that process.
But there's no firm recommendation on what the process from here is, Geraldine.
Thomas has just put his hand up following Geraldine.
Thomas wishes to speak, and so if we can go to him, please.
I guess I have a bit of a question or clarification. In stating that it will go out to members, I hope we're not proposing, or it's not being proposed, that it will just be sent to people. I would actually hope that if there's going to be a new constitution, then either some form of, besides sending it out, that there'll be some form of information sessions being held around the country to help people understand what the changes are and why we're proposing the changes.
Who's left on the speaking list?
I think Daniel had his hand up, but I'm not sure.
Daniel, I think, were you coming for the next resolution or this one?
Sorry, Mr. President.
Are you wishing to talk to resolution 6? No. People, we've tried to send, we have sent resolution 6 off to the resolutions committee. Clive and Mary, are you wanting to speak to resolution 6, which has already gone to the resolutions committee?
Clive is saying no for him.
Clive,
Mary,
no.
Mary's still holding her hand.
Mary, you wish to speak? Mary?
Mr. Chairman, my only concern that I want to signal to the resolutions committee is that I don't understand the undue haste of the that this should go out by the middle of 2019. There are a number of things that are having to happen, and I want these things to happen transparently and efficiently and effectively. And if that means this thing is going to take 6 months or a year longer than sending it out in the middle of 2019, I would remind us, we've been told a few times that we've got to get this thing sorted by the new Incorporated Societies Act, which actually won't come into Parliament until 2021. And in addition to which, I think it would be very surprising if when the new Incorporated Societies Act is passed, everybody will be required to step into line the day after it's passed. That certainly is not what has happened with the charities changes over the years. Everybody's given a bit of time to catch up. I think that while the changes that we're voting on are actually really significant, the implementation of those changes and the acceptance by the membership of those changes needs to allow respectful time to craft them properly.
Alan? Alan Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to ask a point of procedure. I wonder on the issue of this, if it would be appropriate for the Resolutions Committee to co-opt Geraldine for this and to be a part of these discussions. I'm just aware that Geraldine, as chair of this committee, has done a lot of work, and I would like to feel that she, I'd like to feel that she was still involved in this.
The Resolutions Committee has the power to seek information from anyone else at conference that so chooses. There's no... Vaughan?
At the moment, I have some potential notes that I think the committee can work with. This is going to be well, it might not be, but this will be the last thing that we work with. So we'll do a little bit of thinking about it this evening. And if we need people to become part of the process, we will do that at lunchtime tomorrow.
Thanks, Vaughan. Right, I'd like us to move to recommendation 7 from the GRP, which says
that all members of the board stand down in 2019 prior to the 2019 election.
Is there a mover? I think that's Brian. Seconded. Murray. Speakers.
So we have
it's
Paul,
the familiar faces. We will go to Clive, Paul, Vaughan, and probably me. Thomas, and then the Clive, please.
First of all, Mr. Chairman, there was a request up here for the resolution to be read again. Rose's voice sometimes just falls away through the system. So if Rose could perhaps reread that in a good loud voice, please.
Thank you, Clive, and apologies. I've just seen the little alert. Number 7, that all members of the board stand down in 2019 prior to the 2019 election.
Right, Mr. Chairman, I know that the discussion document from the review panel, explains why they. Well, it doesn't actually explain why they think this is needed, but it is at least a suggested arrangement for going through the transition from a 2-year to a 3-year position term, etc. But I think there are a number of other ways that this could be achieved. Now, what I ask people to think about here is that tonight we've made some quite major decisions that will influence strongly the future shape of the organisation. And as I might have said earlier, the devil will be in the details. So there's a lot of work to be done now as people sit down and actually draft a new constitution. And there might be various discussions on some of those points, which is why I'm a little bit reluctant on having a time frame so specified by conference when we're not actually going to be doing the work. But the second point, and I realise that is handed to the Resolutions Committee to think about, but the second point is that when you make major changes to a constitution, you need to be very clear about the transition from the old to the new rules. And I just think that is not a matter for conference to influence. That is more a matter for people who are drafting the Constitution to have regard to. We have an elected board. It's in place until it is changed. So I don't agree at the moment that we as conference need to say we instruct you guys to come up with a transition that says all board members stand down and we'll start again with a clean slate, and then have to decide how to allocate 1 year, 2 year, and 3 year positions. My view is that as people sit down to draft the rules, they will need to think about the transition process, and we will have adequate time to to discuss that, surely, because we're going to have adequate time to discuss the new constitution anyway.
Paul. I think, Paul, you're next.
I'm with Clive on what he said. Yeah, I think what he says makes sense. I would also add that you run a real risk. And when I put this to the panel, I feel that I got a kind of poo-poo response on it. But actually, I think it's a real genuine issue. Do you want to risk losing any continuity you have from an existing board to a new one when you've just changed your constitution and done all this stuff? I would think not. I think it's a risk. I think it's the wrong way to do it. I think it's a silly way to do it, to have all the boards stand down. There are other mechanisms, other transitional rules that can be done to sort out the 3-year term. I'm involved in another organisation, where we have looked at this in a new constitution, moving from 1 year to 2 year terms, and coming up with arrangements to do it. There are other ways of doing it that are not as foolhardy, I would suggest, as potentially losing your whole board.
Catherine Stevenson and
I've got Thomas, Catherine, and Vaughan. Thomas?
I don't need to say any more. Paul and Clive have said it very well. Thank you.
Catherine?
It's Catherine here. I take their points. I would be very surprised if most members of the current board that people wanted were not re-voted on. I'd be very surprised if you got a whole new board.
My math suggests that one of the current board would end up missing out. Vaughan?
How do we know that we will have an election? And that if this is not thought through carefully, because Paul's comments, which are effectively about destabilising the organisation and putting it at risk, if we end up with no elections, because either the worst scenario is that nobody stands, or that there are sufficient numbers so that there isn't election, there is no need for an election, then we haven't solved the sorts of problems we are trying to address. And I think that the best we can do is similar to where Clive is, I guess, which is that, we've got to have the board and I'd be open to external expertise. The board has to have the discussions about the risk consequences to the organisation if proposed, the governance executive of the organisation, if you like, the board, are changed in this way.
And back to me. My problem, I have to say, is what if the membership decide that the new constitution isn't wanted, and conference today says the entire board has to stand down? So there's a few little eventualities that aren't desirable, are possible, and almost sound a little bit silly, right? So putting this recommendation presupposes that a constitution can be developed in time to hold an election and have it voted on, etc., etc. It just seems to be, for me, too many conditionals. And I think there's got to be a better way of transitioning, even if it means we slowly go from 9 to 7 over years. That's the end of the speaker list. I am going to put it to the vote. All those in favour of asking the entire board to stand down in 2019, please say aye. All those opposed? I declare that lost. Is the next one actually relevant?
That's it.
Go away. Right, people, we have dealt with attachment F. You have gone over time much further than I hoped. Is there anything else?
Yeah, just a couple of things.
Auckland, we are going to have some housekeeping and a karakia to close. Daniel, would it be appropriate if we could do the karakia before the housekeeping? Or should we not?
I'll quickly.
Yeah, okay. Housekeeping.
It's Rose here. Just very quickly, breakfast tomorrow morning. The restaurant is open from 7 o'clock. We start at 9, and ideally you should be down at breakfast no later than 7:30, 7:45, to allow time for your meals to be served and for you to eat them. And then we, Jonathan, we're back in here ready for a 9 o'clock start in the morning.
You do need to be at your seat by 5:02, please. We are starting promptly at 9. Promise. There being no further business.
Yes. Yes, you can leave your. I probably wouldn't leave equipment in the room, Paul, but braille documents and stuff are fine. Yes, the room will be locked up.
Thank you, everyone. Daniel, closing karakia for the evening, please. To do what?
Karakia.
Oh.
Our Father in heaven, as we come before thee at this time, give thanks unto thee for the opportunity we have as members of the Association of Blind Citizens, as we gather here, that we thank thee for being with us here and being able to discuss important issues that will help those in the organisation to move forward in the future. And we ask thee to close this meeting, and we say this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you, Reti. Good evening, everybody. See you in the morning. Board members, you received an email inviting you to do something now. So please come to the front.
Take them over to just